Hello, all of you delightful beings out there, and welcome to the stream. I am Razim, and this is Recolors of the Lost Pathfinder, Episode 17, How Deep the Rabbit Hole Goes. For the record, the Paralogue session, Episode 14 Paralogue, is now canon to the story. It'll fall in around this time in the timeline. As always, we'll start with introductions, though with this particular game, we've got two other streamers, so it may have a little bit of a delay before we actually start those intros. Otherwise, I do want to point out that we will have Wicked Whiskers here today doing art, so you'll be able to see that here on stream. But for now, I'll go ahead and undeafen, and we can get into it.
Cast
I am
call
back.
and repeat. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Whiskers might have given me a new talkie tonight.
Oh no.
Oh dear.
Yeah, ooh, Deadeye's lore is a good one.
There's
Too.
unmute. Also, I should totally join the table, shouldn't I?
Yes.
That would be helpful if you wanted to roll dice.
Ahoy.
No, you.
Whiskers decided to give me a new talkie.
Oh no?
I posted the bigger version in game related.
Oh boy.
Oh my gosh.
Here, let me get this copy image.
Enjoy you are, Boba.
Oh my gosh. That looks like it would be a plushie, and I would hug it.
Paint. Why you become marketable plushie?
Oh, he is just doing a sploot.
Why are you so cute and marketable?
As soon as I can get the image to actually pull back on screen.
And here's the talkie version.
AWDs are.
Oh my gosh. We haven't even started,
Oh
and
no!
I'm already dead.
Oh, talkie version up. Thank you, Viv.
Thank you, Viv.
And here's the talkie version for my stream since.
Come, steal yourself.
Oh, that one
We
came in
are
super small.
building an army.
Cats and Hathy Shotgun Wizard just resubscribed for 5 months. Greater than 3.
Whiskers cute. Whiskers amazing.
Whiskers is amazing.
Yes, they are.
Do we have a
Once
title,
again-
by the way?
Yes. It's in game, or it's in the game chat. How deep the rabbit hole goes.
Ah.
Whiskers so amazing. And once again, if you go to Zim's channel, you can commission the artist that is seen on mine and Zim's stream. I don't know if Whiskers is open right now, but
Whiskers is indeed open, but there is a little bit of a waiting list.
yeah. We ready for story time with Darren? Or in Key? Recap with Key?
Probably.
Yeah. But we gotta introduce ourselves first, don't we?
All right, introductions do go first, don't they?
See, I can remember.
No, you can't.
I cannot. I'm dumb. I guess I'm first. So hi, I am Drunk Dragonera. I will be your lovely storyteller / game master tonight, where I bring intrigue, terrifying situations, and I build rabbit holes so deep that you'll never find the bottom. And that's tonight's session. Kigo.
Hello, everybody. I am Carcerus, also known as Key, and I play Last Lost the Paladin. Who's next? Dr. Volko.
Onek, Ohio, everyone. My name is Oneko Taigo. I'm half demon, half cat, all friend, and this time I'm a crazy German scientist inventor man. and I'm playing Dr. Volt. Vari, you're up.
Yeah, I'm Vari, and I play Fret Zipper, the musician bard. And Viv, you go, I think. Am I lagging? I'm probably lagging.
You're
I was
kind of
just
lagging.
editing something.
Lodon sign
Hi, I'm
cheered
Viv.
with
I play
100
Shoal
eggy
Brinecoat,
bitties.
the
Fret
very
tried to
bitey
feed
cat
paint
shark
more on the
ranger.
meal.
Yeah, I bite things. Woo. Go Raw. Razem, go.
Well, now both Era and I have a hype train going.
Yeah,
Already.
we got hype trains on both our sides.
But hi, I am Raw Zim, and I am playing as Paint, the sentient feral African wild dog. As things are flying around and doing the ADHD thing to me. Anyways, where was I? Right. Paint, the African wild dog. He is a kineticist entropist.
And thanks for the tip, Ido. I appreciate it.
I stream too. Just so everyone knows, I stream as well.
Neka Taigo does stream as well. If you guys want to go throw him a hype train, since you got both me and Zim.
No, you don't need to do that. I just want people to know I stream.
Oh, no. We have to.
Go, chats. Go invade the Taigo. There is an SO on my side already. Go find that, and then go throw him in hype train as well, because he is a wonderful bean. There it is.
There's the hype train.
Try stream hype train. All right.
But yours is easier because stream anniversary or the sub anniversaries count. So every time I hop in, it's been like 2 weeks. So every other thing. Yeah.
Thank you, Geeman. I still appreciate it. Everything helps. But let's go ahead and pop over to recap time while the tri-stream hype train is running. And thank you for the biddies, Zim.
I mean, unless we complete those bars, we're gonna miss those hype trains, guys.
Well, I've got Tiagos.
All right, go ahead. Key. I need a.
Thank you for the everything, guys.
The noises. Right then. Well, it's been a while. I apologize. That's partially my fault, everybody.
Oh no, you had stuff that needed doing.
I had a vacation.
Oh my goodness, people
Yeah,
taking
that's
time.
important.
Sim. Zim's currently filling up my chat with 69 biddies, people, until we hit the hype train.
No. Right. Last session was session 16. Just sushi. The tentacled whale squid monstrosity that we were fighting was less incapacitated than Fragment Not Found had hoped. Even effectively grounded by the radio blast, it thrashes and writhes upon the seafloor cityscape, tentacles slamming into random spots. Whatever agony it feels is all the more reason for Fragment to end things quickly. And then combat. As I search for where the combat ends. Oh, right. There's a moment where Fret is threatened by Shoal to destroy all his Wander Meal if Fret dies. Because Fret plans to do something terrible as they got inside the squid whale. And then he pulls out a book. And everybody outside is treated to The squid whale getting flash fried. From within.
And Paint getting traumatized.
Mm-hmm.
He just
Sorry,
didn't want his friend to die.
Indeed. Fret opens his incendiary index and activates every single page. From the outside, those still fighting start to see the squid whale sizzle. The water around it momentarily boils as it forces the aberration back down to a more reasonable temperature. Bubbles and steam rapidly rise from the flash-cooked monster. Shoal notes the squid whale smells delicious now, but is acutely aware Fret is no longer within the sphere. Fret suddenly pops up on the surface of the sphere next to Dextral, who is reading a book. Dex has been caught not doing his job, though, in fairness, the cough doesn't want to be a waterlogged piece of log. Fret
Putting
seems
the
fine with
log
this.
in waterlogged.
Indeed. Dang, that would have been a better line. Fred seems fine with this and takes a seat next to Dextral. Backing up, Dr. Volt swaps to a snowball launcher in an attempt to cool down what is very likely a corpse. Spoiler alert, it is.
To be clear, Dr. Volt was trying to cool down the flash boiling of the area that was happening directly in front of him, worried that it was about to flash boil him.
This is also fair. Lost is stunned by the sudden development, and
That's
even
reasonable.
stranger, a little rubber ducky shaped like a submarine starts propellering in front of his vision. Distracted from the current situation, he grabs onto the rubber duck. It is in my inventory. Shoal gets overtaken by a feeding frenzy and begins devouring the nearest parts of the squid whale. Volt goes to the radio tower and is greeted by 3 of the sailors the team spoke to earlier. They say their friends are in the squid whale, to which Volt states that Shoal will get them out sooner or later. The Lost Souls accept this, and Volt, along with Lost, head into the tower to see the sailors' safe room. Better they do not get near Shoal at the moment, frenzied with gluttony as he is right now. On and on and on, the cat shark consumes as much of the aberrant flash-cooked monster as he can, eating himself into pleasant unconsciousness. Paint worriedly looks among the corpse to see if he can find Fred, not realizing that the kitsune is fine, merely shunted from the material by his quote-unquote death. Even looking inside the squid whale, all he sees is the internals charred. Lost, worried for Paint, leaves the tower to see a heavily bloated and unconscious Shoal, but no Paint. His anxiety spikes, not seeing his quadrupedal companion. Volt, up in the safe room, sees some dried out mattresses and a plant of some kind for food, as well as some canned goods and some sort of machine with a weighted chain powering the light bulbs out in the halls. There's also what appears to be a device sending out an SOS signal they have running. The doctor finds the rudimentary alternator to be novel. Volt is asked if the monster is truly dead, to which he is rather certain of that, although he sincerely doubts the Lost Soul's friends are still inside the beast's gut. The sailors ask again out of caution that they aren't going to be turned into coins. Dr. Volt confirms that Twilight is a real place for souls to remain, although there are some interesting ways the Lost find to spend their time. Although leaving this sphere will need to wait until Dextral arrives. Outside the sphere, Fret checks on his sword and finds it only has a sword-adjacent shape now, rather messed up by the salt water and intense heat. A panicking Last begins to approach the dead and partially eaten squid whale, calling for Paint. As he gets closer, he gets barraged by images and words about Fret and Paint searching for him, and images of fractured glass statues, fragments of broken souls. Rather than squeeze through the mouth, Lost skirts around the obscenely bloated Shoal and moves through a gross half-eaten hole in the monster's stomach. He finds Paint in the stomach, looking around worriedly for Fret. Sighing, at least as much as one can underwater in relief, to see Paint whole, Lost trudges through Viscera and embraces his companion. Paint looks up at Lost, wide-eyed and whining, struggling and wriggling to go and keep looking. Looking around, Last sees an inordinate number of glimmering glass fragments in the dead monster's stomach. A hunger calls to the smoke lion, one that he ignores in favor of consoling and comforting Paint.
Stickers are
explains-
Prima my stream right now, by the way, and it's getting silly.
Oh no. He explains that nothing living could have survived the blast, but the recallers are not living. Lost surmises that Fret is either outside the sphere or back in Twilight, reassuring Paint that their friend should be okay. Oh, good grief. I didn't need to look at that. They have to be. If they weren't, Shoal would be very unhappy with them. Though on the note of leaving, Last closes his eyes and calls for Dextrol. The cough sets their book aside in annoyance and pops into the sphere, becoming even more annoyed at appearing inside the guts of a dead fishtopus. First order of business is asking about Fret, which thankfully Dex has seen. This news takes a weight off Last's shoulders, and he explains to the cough that there are lost souls in need of transport to Twilight, and he could use help collecting the fragments of broken souls from the squid whale's stomach. Dextrol is grumbly over having to pick up the pieces, noting there's 5, maybe 6 people in fragments here. The cough then lays out the options Last has as team leader for what to do with the broken soul fragments. They could be left here, Dex could take them in to make them new cough, or they could be taken into Twilight for the same treatment. For now, Last decides the fragments should be brought to the attention of the lost souls, though he does send Dex to Volt's side where it's dry since the cough continues to complain about getting soaked. Spotting Shoal, Paint wiggles out of Lost's arms to go lick over the cat shark, healing him into consciousness. Thankfully, Shoal avoids refrenzying, but is too bloated to even get into the radio tower right now. Sadly, Dex also doesn't fit into the radio tower halls, so he gets sent outside the sphere until the next morning. Once the pile of broken fragments are situated in the safe room, Fragment Not Found take a moment to relax. Paint curls up tightly in the corner, looking exhausted and sad. Lost moves to sit next to them, pulling them close. They share a brief conversation of images and quiet words. Paint does his best to relate to Lost a form of fire growing inside him whenever he uses his abilities to heal others. Lost takes this to mean Paint is sacrificing something of himself to heal, and tries to impress upon the dog that he should not sacrifice for others and leave naught for themselves. It's not healthy. Not right. The smoke lion seeming to speak from personal experience. They get interrupted by the Tree of Lost Souls, who ask about the broken soul fragments. Last explains the options for what can be done with the fragments, turned into cough, or left behind. However, there is an important factor left unsaid until now. Broken souls left on worlds eventually become horrific monsters. Not even the normal kind, the kind like the squid whale. The lost souls debate at length what to do, and James holds out hope that maybe, just maybe, they can put some of their old friends together. Lost stands up and approaches James, looking him in the eyes and telling him there are only 2 options if they don't want the broken souls to become monsters. Either they are made into cough, or Lost can consume the fragments. Frustrated, James and the other lost souls acquiesce to allowing Fragment's cough to convert the soul fragments. Over the course of the night, Foof go about their tasks while the lost souls finish getting ready for their transition. Paint goes outside and spends the night with Shoal, Last spending time in the top observatory room, and Volt taking notes on the devices in the safe room. Dr. Volt also tries to put out of his mind the monumental stupidity of the people of this world for fast-tracking global warming like they did. In the morning, Dextrol appears in the safe room, asking what the consensus is on the broken souls. Lost informs the cough that he will be converting them into new cough. There is an awkward moment where Dex jokes about becoming a father, which gets partially ignored. However, Dexter warns that the lost souls should be kept out of the room while he technically eats the soul fragments. So Lost and the others take the lost souls out of the safe room, where they begin asking if there's anything the lost souls want to take to Twilight from their homeworld. In the end, Last pulls out the whiteboard map, which the three lost souls immediately start fighting over. While Lost tries to implore that duplicates could be made, Shoal, who is still bloated, just stops him and says that this is how sailors settle things. Dex eventually leaves the room looking bloated and then vomits up an entire lost soul. Apparently, there was an entire soul's fragments present. So Last gives a small apology to James, not having believed all the pieces of a soul were in the pile. Dextrel asks that not happen again, then takes everyone out of the sphere. While Dex had been gone, Fret had been waiting outside the sphere alone, in the shadow. It is rather lonely and dark out there. Thankfully, he gets picked up on the cough's way out. And then everyone has to deal with ping-ponging from sphere to sphere until they reach the edge of Twilight and enter Threshold. More than a few of the passengers are nauseous this time, including Shoal, who has to suffer dry heaving for a bit. In short order, Fragment Not Found are flanked by a pair of larger Koff who ask after the now 4 lost souls, and if they are new arrivals. Before Lost can answer, however, Paint pounces Fret and assaults the foxfolk with Healy licks. Shoal biting the Kitsune for dying against his wishes. Fret is increasingly exasperated by this, though at least his friends are glad he's okay. The lost souls are given over to the larger Koff's care, and Last informs them that Dextrel is also in the process of converting broken souls into new Koff. There is a moment where the lost souls are hesitant to go, even when a little green fellow comes to guide them. Lost reassures them they're in good hands, and they go without complaint. Dex, before he leaves, asks for the team to try and get a rank up for him from Erabain, since apparently the process of making new Koff will be awkward for him without more limbs or branches. Last chuckles and tells Dex they will try. With all that out of the way, Fragment go through Threshold Customs and gets signed in by the usual gnome prank guy. This time, however, he gives Fred a party popper, and then immediately moves away to prevent it being used on himself. The gnome efficient reminds their callers they have a captain to report to. So Foof go to the whimsical wharves to report to Captain Tooth. When they arrive at the bar, they see that the "No More Bar Fight" sign has been torn down and put up several times until it has just been written on the door itself. The group enters, and Tooth greets them cheerily enough, telling them they'll have paperwork. As Fragment Not Found relate to their captain what they found and did on the water world, Tooth tells Shoal he should see Erabain on the bridge about the frenzied hunger he felt. Tooth groans when Lost offhandedly mentions needing to find mortals for the soul echoes they found. The Sharkman tells the rookie recallers that soul echoes can't be given new life, as Erabain had originally described to them. Since they were taken into Twilight, they are lost now, just like them. This hits Paint and Last hard, the African wild dog bolting out of the bar with Last on his heels, promising he'll do the paperwork later. Shoal soon goes after the pair, assuming they're heading to the bridge. Much to Tooth's relief and amusement, both Fret and Volt stay at the bar, though only the Kitsune promises to deal with paperwork. Tooth gives the fox some alcohol to drink, soothing his disappointment that Volt refuses to engage in a fistfight. Paint and Lost sprint far ahead of Shoal, the cat shark even losing sight of them. Well enough, as a tail suddenly drags Paint into a bar in the Sovereign Domain, causing Last to skid to a halt and dash into the establishment, leaving Shoal to continue on the way to the bridge to nothing. And this is where I noted extra scales we got. Or seals, sorry.
Scales, seals. Both are correct.
Oh hey, now we're all the way down to cheese. In the bar, Paint is gently set down on a bar stool by Erabain, and Lost is told to sit. The pair of recallers bristle and express no small amount of displeasure at their patron's deception. While them being upset is justified, Erabain growls back at them for holding him accountable for misleading them. Lost explains, aggravated as he is, that their decisions are their own, even if they were made under misleading information. The argument circles somewhat until Last and Pain both leave the bar, irritated with their patron. Shoal ends up meeting with another Erabain at the end of the bridge to nothing, who offers to teach him how to harness the hunger that he felt on the water world. It's an offer the cat shark mulls over, tentatively accepting it. While he has the hunger tamed for now, being able to wield it better sounds appealing. Tooth eventually sends Fret and Volt home for the evening, once it's clear Fret can't do more paperwork in a drunken state. Everyone makes their way home, some sleeping better than others. In the morning, Paint and Lost awaken to find Erabain waiting for them in their apartment living room. Paint growls at Era, but Lost greets him coldly, if politely. Once coffee is made and consumed, Last readies himself to hear Erabain out. Erabain wants to clear the air, but the paladin isn't sure how to even start on that. Notes of the earlier argument are touched upon, but in the end, Erabain makes it clear that decisions are now his to make. It's clearly frustrating for Paint and Last, though the paladin does express that he trusts Erabain even if he's still upset with him. Both are able to admit they made a mistake taking the soul echoes in the first place, but the misleading information is what irks them. A final offer is laid out. Erabain will be at the bar down the street from Lost Bakery. He expects the soul echoes to be given to him. The dragon then leaves, allowing the two recallers to get ready for their day. While Paint hangs on to his soul echo, Lost takes his bag of 5 and brings them to the bar later in the morning. He leaves the bag with Erabain and once more expresses that he trusts Erabain. Paralogue S14. A normal day in the city. Just a very exceptionally mundanely normal day in Twilight. Fret is snoring loudly as he sleeps off having spent a mission in the water, at rest in his own home. Lost is also rather asleep in bed, vaporous mass more of a lump at the moment while his suit gets de-waterlogged in his bathroom. Well, the Vapor Cat isn't asleep too late in the day, as Paint is happy to awaken his packmate with good morning licks. After using his mask to chuck Paint's ball out of the bedroom, Last only has a few moments before the energetic canine returns and drops a newspaper on his chest. Apparently, it is a new and official paper of the city, which will cost 1 seal a week. Getting up, Lost heads to his kitchenette to fill out the form to subscribe to the paper, as a novelty, if nothing else. At least the Twilight Tribune promises to not have a rumor or gossip section to maintain professional journalism. As he goes to do this, a letter slips out from under the newspaper. When Paint gives them the ball again, Last tosses it elsewhere in the room while he retrieves the letter to read. It's a letter from his sergeant, telling the paladin the guard will now be having official schedules and to come in to talk about that. There's also a little personal note on the bottom from the sergeant, who seems pleased to be doing real work, thinking her father would be proud. As Last fills out the form for the newspaper, finding some odd questions laid out for him. The first is how many days were in his homeworld's week, the second is the kind of sports he is interested in, the third asks what kind of headlines grab one's attention most. This one has several options ranging from politics to city events, things going on in the city, and what the recallers are doing. The next question asks if it would be inappropriate to announce new arrivals, since an obituary is not permitted. The final question asks if there is anyone who would be good for the new newspaper, and are there any unlisted sections the subscriber would like to see? Fret awakens groggily and disheveled from having to clean off from saltwater excursions, also reading the newspaper with his morning coffee. He takes the time to fill out the form, though he awakens much later than Last in Paint. Though when he's getting ready to head out, he finds his katana in terrible condition, the scabbard falling apart, and the blade itself in disrepair. Not even the anti-seawater repair gel given by Tooth seemed to save it. Back with Paint and Lost, they get themselves ready to head out to the barracks. While the Vapor Cat isn't in any rush, the Wild Dog is quite energetic and continually runs ahead, then back to Lost as they go to guard HQ. What Paint, Last, and Fret all notice as they head out into the city is that the air of the realm has changed. Everyone is carrying a weapon openly in some form, moving more cautiously. It seems the news about the game's ending reached the public. When Last and Paint enter Guard HQ, they see a gnome mafia boss, a gnome in a stereotypical pinstripe shirt, getting officially booked by the guards. Last greets the guards and mafia boss in general. The gnome is very cheery, and when asked, explains that he and his family like to adhere to the rules. Right now, things are going on in the city, they're safer behind bars than trying to continue to play games. Although he seems to think such good behavior will allow him some lenience later. Last just tells the present guards to add an attempted bribery charge to the list of things the mafia boss is known to have done. No, it's infectious. Paint and Lost move past that little scene, finding the office abuzz with work. Guards sitting at desks, filling out paperwork, and, of course, milling around the water cooler with coffee. The pair go to the sergeant's office, watching the giddy elven woman doing lots and lots of paperwork. She admits she'll likely hate it all in a month, but hands over forms for Paint and Lost schedules to be filled out. Since there's no calendar yet, the schedules are currently 3 days on, 3 days off. Dismissed, Paint and Last head off to their assigned desks to fill out their forms. Or at least for Last to fill both their forms out. Fred, meanwhile, begins scouring the Artisan's Enclave for a smith to fix up his blade. He hears tell of a mysterious smithy that piques his interest, having recently opened. Following what directions he can, the Kitsune finds an open-fronted smithy with the tallest dwarf he's ever seen, standing at a whopping 7 feet tall, hunched over, attempting to look busy even though he's not. A banner above the shop says, "Grand Opening!" Knocking on a post, the fox ends up startling the smith, who jumps a bit as if he was asleep. Greeted by the tall smith, the fox holds up his chalkboard explaining that he needs some work done on his katana. At first, the dwarf attempts to keep up some grandiose facade, but quickly drops it, saying he can look at it. When he takes the weapon, the smith looks incredibly concerned. Carefully pulling out the blade, he admits to have never seen a blade in such condition, and hasn't seen a weapon of its material before. Fret tilts his head, the smith showing off how the maker's mark is still pristine in spite of the sword's rusted condition. When asked where it came from, Fret writes out that it came from his homeworld. Also, are you okay?
Yeah, it's just Taya. We heard that through Taya's mic.
Oh,
and
sorry.
This sound just made me laugh.
I wanted chips.
The stickers already got me there, so.
Right. Fret frowns as the smith tells him he can't fix it, as much as he would like to. The dwarf continues to mutter over the craftsmanship in awe, sliding the sword carefully back into its scabbard. He suggests talking to the original craftsman, if possible, and hands the weapon back. Taking his katana back, the kitsune gets a look of realization and walks off. While the fox leaves, the smith calls out to have Fret tell his friends that he's open and available. Fret heads to Luminary Square, specifically beelining for the World Mirror, a fountain of silvery liquid that seems to continuously function, allowing residents to look into other realities. Lost and Paint sign up for part-time work with the guard, which will earn them 25 seals each week. They could have done full-time if not for obligations, and have the 100 seal salary that comes with it. If only they could. The department they belong to has a jurisdiction over the Shadows Playground and Eclipse Warfront District, and the pair get to choose where they are assigned patrols. Paint follows Lost's lead as the Vapor Cat chooses to allow them to be assigned to either district, as he is familiar with both. With their paperwork done, the sergeant collects it and gives Paint and Last the rest of the day off. Though she requests Last bring in something for her the following day, pulling out something that looks like a cross between a bagel and a donut with mascarpone filling inside. I remember you were surprised I knew that word. Making a note of that for later, Last offers to go play fetch for a while with Paint, resulting in the excited Odd's tail wagging so hard it blows away some nearby desk work. So they leave Guardian's Keep to go find a nice open area to play fetch in. Fret arrives in Luminary Square, approaching what appears to be a water fountain aside from the silvery liquid flowing through it. Several residents are already standing around the world mirror, observing things inside, including a very eager-looking scientist. Dipping his hand into the mirror, Fred focuses on the maker's mark of his weapon. It takes a moment, but he is soon looking into a bar of some kind at an older wolfkin with 9 tails. One ear swivels, and he slowly turns his head to stare directly at Fred, staring the kitsune down through the mirror with great intensity. Sean Verdance, a legendary smith from a locked-off world, ignores the bartender coming over to check on him. A chill runs down Fred's spine as something odd happens to the mirror. Its visual changes. The scrying of the mirror changes to an image of Sean destroying the blade Fred is currently holding. He sees another image of some pompous noble coming by asking for it to be repaired, only to be punched by the smith. Fred recognizes the pompous figure as a member of the Oleron United organization. Then the image ripples and changes back to Sean, who orders another beer from the bartender through gritted teeth. It takes a few moments, but Fred realizes that Sean shattered the katana after the government official came to him with it, which may explain why it is outside regular space and time. Rather than stay focused on Sean, Fred shifts to another instance of the Maker's Mark. He can see the katana was forged of some sort of white, crystalline material. After a few moments, the mirror flashes back to Sean against Fred's will. Sean mouthing out as he stares the kitsune down, asking if Fred is content and if he can be left the heck alone. Even after Fred breaks concentration, the image persists a while longer before it fades. The mute fox feels particularly unsafe at the moment, but decides to, look into the libraries for references of the material. However, a few minutes later an image flashes, saying, "This is my student," and shows an image of an albino, 4-tailed kitsune. She also doesn't seem to be entirely kitsune. Her tail is longer than usual for the fox folk. Leaving the image behind, Fred begins walking to the Cultural Legacy District of the city. By contrast, Paint and Lost enter the Luminary Square, playing fetch for a time. After fetch, the pair go their separate ways, Lost to the bakery, and Paint to college. At the bakery, Last finds another newspaper, this one the business edition, offering to have a newsstand placed at his establishment to attract customers. While the smoke line is not excited for it, he does write down to allow for it before heading inside to work on the requested mascarpone-filled bagel nuts. The abominations he creates are left in the free-to-take bin, Lost nursing an allergic reaction to the sugar involved. As soon as Paint gets on campus, his familiar zips off and away, the wild dog following after Rex. All the way to the frat house. It looks like a modern-day, 2-story building, the first of its kind that Paint has seen in the city. There is a Beta, Omega, a Woo banner made from a bedsheet hanging from a balcony. But as soon as Rex arrives, it goes from him saying, "Dude, dude, dude," to "drink, drink, drink," and Paint gets to witness as Rex is drawn into a kegger drinking event of some sort. The wild dog watches this, then backs away slowly to go to class. The lecture halls are simultaneously big and small, having chairs sized for various sizes of creatures. No matter how the chairs are arranged, thankfully, the students are able to hear their teacher. Likely a modification to make learning easier.
A prudent choice.
Paint sits in on a mathematics class to help him learn arithmetic, all the way up to decimals and fractions. Class itself is dry, downright boring, but is foundational to understanding numbers, business, and accounting law later. Fred gets some directions from local thespians, finding the one library in the district that may have information about his isolated homeworld. Going in, the kitsune tells the librarian he has trouble reading Twilight, spinning a whole sob story to rope the librarian into helping them find a book on their world. Gee, this sounds an awful lot like another character Vari plays. The librarian knows Fred is full of crap, but begrudgingly helps them anyway, willing to play along so it doesn't get worse. There are no books on Oleron specifically, as it is a locked sphere, but the mention of the crystalline material sparks something in the librarian. They hand Fred a tome about energized crystals, which may help him. With the book, Fred is able to find that the material is unlikely to exist anywhere but Oleron. The crystal seems to be energized iron quartz, and has only been seen rarely in one or two heavily magically influenced places, and takes on the properties of things it has been recently exposed to. As he ponders this, the kitsune realizes the weapon is unstable, but a sacrifice of seals would be able to stabilize it. Though the katana would still shift properties whenever he goes to a new world, adapting to the rules and properties of the worlds he visits. Even in destruction, a blade made by Sean Verdance always finds its way into the hands of the one it belongs to. So Fret does exactly that, feeding seals into his blade to stabilize it so it won't shatter from its current state. The bell to Echo's kindness rings, and in steps Erabain, saying they have a divine quest for his paladin. This draws an odd look from said paladin, who stares at his patron for some time before approaching and being incredulous. Era notes the bin of free food, which Lost drags out for the dragon to consume, just glad it's food being eaten. While the dragon deals with that, he hands off a letter to Lost to be read to the council in Sovereign's domain. It's for a meeting happening soon that Last is permitted to attend, and he will, as a dutiful paladin of the Unforgotten. Era even says to tell the council they owe Last group 1,000 seals each for his divine quest, which they will be giving us.
Yes.
Okay, I have more seals than I thought. Eventually, the dragon leaves to go hide somewhere, while Last is left to get ready for the meeting. Though Era does leave Lost with a plushie of the dragon made by an artisan for Paint. Paint finishes up his classes for the day and heads straight, quite literally, back to the bakery. The canine enters and sits at a nearby table, pulling out a book to study. Lost, just about finished preparing his paladin outfit for the moment, asks if Paint would like to join him for a meeting. The pup's eyes sparkle with delight, answering the vapor cat better than any telepathic imagery. There will be time for studying later. Off the pair go to Sovereign's domain. As Fret is walking the streets, he comes across Erabain trundling along. The dragon motions the kitsune over and tells him to head to the castle to meet up with Lost. Fret protests briefly, stating he was going to put in a request at the Recallers. Erabain rebuffs Fret, telling him to do so later. Head to the castle in about an hour to see Last do a speech on Era's behalf. That little bit is more than enough to convince the kitsune to comply. At the castle, each of the present members of Fragment Not Found are flanked by Cough and escorted to a waiting room, left there for a while. Fret and Lost share a wave of greeting, Fret waving to Paint when the dog pines for attention, Paint obtaining head pats from Fret after headbutting the fox's leg. Fret shows off his sword, explaining to Lost what he was intending to do before getting diverted to the castle. Last also hands over the Erabain plushie to Paint, who puts it away to destroy later. In a figurative sense, I guess. Maybe not so figurative anymore. After some time, an attendant arrives, looking concerned that Erabain is not present. Rather, Lost informs the attendant that he is there as a representative of Erabain's will. In spite of fidgeting, the attendant is moved aside by an elder Cough, a pair of them leading the trio to the Council of Twelve's chambers. Fret and Paint are kept aside by the elder Cough, while the paladin is led up to a podium that stands above the rest of the council. Standing where Erabain normally does, Lost opens the letter and begins to read.
Now, just
Lost-
to put this out here, he dry read an entire fucking speech. You should go watch it. Holy goodness, he dry read an entire damn speech.
I'm still baffled I managed that.
I'm now considering what wet reading something is.
Means you practiced it beforehand to
That's
dry
what
read
Shoal
it when
does.
you just handed it and go. Yes, Shoal also wet reads. You got a gold star, by the way.
What do I what read?
Anything.
Squint.
Yeah, the speech is not in these notes. I wouldn't repeat them, because the next line here explains really well. Lost stands there and reads out 6 whole pages of written rant put down by Erabain to the council. Paint listens with sparkly eyes, all the more eager to help make and remake the laws of Twilight. Last stands there after he finishes, getting a look of incredulousness from the entirety of the council. One stands and attempts to demand the paladin speak with his god, and the smoke lion snaps, silencing the council member with fiery aggravation. Lost spits disdain for the council and their indolence, their desire to act as toddlers in high chairs tossing food about, begging for their problems to be solved by powers greater than themselves. The city absolutely requires change, to adapt and overcome its current problems, not to give up their free will like pandering souls in some god's afterlife. Several members of the council leave their seats to side with Last as he speaks, fiery words burning down to smolder, but never leaving their anger behind. Other councillors leave the chamber with their heads hanging as Lost finishes his speech, telling them that if the city holds no purpose for them, they can leave the realm, be shattered, or choose oblivion. Paint and Fret stand at Last's side as he takes the council to task, urging things on as they express displeasure about how things are being dealt with. The meeting ends on Last's final note, and he goes to leave with his companions, the other Koth moving to escort them, only to be met with a pointed glare from the paladin. He does not need their protection or their help, not from the council. Going down the main promenade, Lost apologizes to his comrades in spite of not really needing to, Paint and Fret insisting he did the right thing. Last begins to explain the reason he doesn't like to have such fiery outbursts, that a great deal of responsibility was heaped upon his shoulders back on his home. He became used to it, accepting the burden rather than railing against the way things are. Deeply concerned for his packmate, Paint has been pressed up against Lost the entire time since they'd left the council chambers, sending an image of Dog Lost getting a copy of himself, and the two sharing a hug, comforting each other. Suddenly, the trio are drawn to the luminary square before the world mirror. Paint collapses, and Last is struck by a sudden, intense vision. Before him are the looming figures of 4 of his people's most prominent gods, standing in a nirvana before a temple of worship. The lead god, the great maker of his people and homeworld, leaning in, bearing a face nearly a mirror to his own, and whispered, "Help us." The vision was cut off, causing the Savnos to fall to his knees, eyes drained of color. Fret witnessed this startling development, but even more shocking was the silvery liquid from the fountain of the mirror gathering up and launching for Last. The glob fell short, shattering on the ground like glass, leaving a silvery stain upon the stone. Never before had he seen the world mirror react in such a way. It was unheard of for it to shatter in any capacity. As color returned to Last's eyes, he saw Paint and panicked, reaching out to cradle the unconscious canine in his arms. Paint would awaken soon after his packmate, whimpering with concern and licking at Last's face, streaks of color betraying weeping for the vaporous being. As Fret considered this development, he asked if Lost had ever been to the world mirror before. Acting ashamed, Last admits to avoiding it, not wishing to see the nothing left behind of his homeworld. Both he and Fret recognize what happened to the world mirror was an act of divine power, that of deities or something like them. But whatever it was had failed to do so, they had been reaching out to draw Lost to them. Fret asked Lost if he is so certain his world is gone, inciting the collapsed paladin's annoyance, claiming he did not wish to risk that pain. Thinking on how to get a look into Last's homeworld, Fret asks about Last's original mask, which had been thrown over the bridge to nothing, into oblivion. Or so Last had believed. Going to the world mirror, Fret focuses on Lost's original mask and draws forth a vision from the mercurial artifact, a nirvana with a temple of worship, and at the foot of the temple steps lay Lost's mask, with a single crack running down the middle of the leftmost eye lens. Pulling back before he can be hit with some sort of backlash, Fret urges a stubborn Lost to try doing as he had. With a little convincing, the fatigued paladin sat upon the edge of the fountain, and chose to focus on his mask. What he saw defied all he knew of his homeworld. A temple backed by familiar sights, a heaven of promised unity, utopia, and purpose. A promise from gods who had abandoned their people, and his mask. Recoiling from the mirror, Last is at a loss for words, finding it difficult to understand why, now, he was being contacted. Why now, when his people and home were gone? Frustrated, he moves to get up as he says he has questions for his patron, only to collapse forward, unable to stand at the moment. Paint, trying to help, makes the earth rise to meet Lost, only for it to be a rougher impact than expected. The leftmost lens of Lost's current mask cracks down the middle, just like the original in the vision. It takes a little bit, before Last says much of anything, asking Fret if this is what it's like to have limbs fall asleep. Shrugging, the Kitsune convinces Last and Paint to follow him to Recaller's HQ to put in a request, as well as to report what had just happened. Paint uses their current elemental abilities to ferry Lost about with Stone, the trio heading to HQ. On the way, they meet That One and, apparently, his sibling, who is a new arrival in guard. That One is in the Huggy Jacket to prevent him stabbing things and people at the moment, and Captain Untheim is currently away performing investigations. Given the possibility of higher-up individuals being involved in Godsblood trafficking, that's understandable. So Fret, Paint, and Lost follow That One up to his office to deal with Fret's request and Lost's report. Thanks to Paint, Recaller's HQ now has a ramp in place of stairs, both in front of the building and on the way up to That One's office. As destructive as this earth-moving is, Last is in no mood or state to ask the kineticist to stop. Up in That One's office, Fret helps retrieve forms to fill out and have signed from the currently restrained creature's desk drawers. On the frightening yet bright side of things, he's able to write with a pen in his teeth. Though when the second-in-command sees Fret's request is for energized iron quartz from Olorun, he asks if the mute foxfolk is stupid. Not that he refuses to sign off on the paperwork. The next order of business is Last's report of the incident at Luminary Square. Paint helps move Lost forward, the paladin relaying what he'd gone through. A divine power, or powers, likely deities, used the world mirror as a conduit and reached out to him, asking for help, possibly attempting to draw him through the mirror to them. That One seems to take this news in stride and gets up from his desk, banging his head on the door of his office to be let out to go get something. The Recallers don't wait terribly long, though. That One returns to his office with a bruise on his head, as well as a file. Last makes a point of healing the bruise when That One sits down, flipping the file open. Inside, the top document is a letter from Captain Untheim stating that, by Erabain's order, Last Lost is not to be brought to the World Mirror until he is ready or there is evidence presented that he is ready. The letter also isn't meant for Lost Eyes, something he notes dryly. That One then ravenously does his best to devour the letter and pretend it never existed. Not exactly bothered by this behavior, the paladin continues reading through the folder's documents. Most of them are correspondence between Captain Untheim and Erabain, many of them the dragon's rejections of a quest to introduce Lost to the world mirror. Apparently the deities of the Savnos homeworld had been reaching out for some time, but only now had Last been in a position to sense or connect with the deities. Gods that, to his knowledge, abandoned his people long before his homeworld's supposed destruction. Yet, for all this time, Erabain had been aware of a fragment of that world yet remained. It still existed somewhere. If the paladin was conflicted, he was having trouble showing it, his vaporous expression more fatigued than anything else. That One explains, while Last is reading, that he was told explicitly by the captain not to tell the Smoke Lion anything about this until he approached them about it. Whatever the case may be about this strange little cover-up, That One does ask them to leave so he can maybe do stabby things without people around. Last and Paint more than happy to go take care of their own business with what of the day they have left. Fret, however, stays behind to watch that one stab a wall with a boot knife. He helps
With his
retrieve
teeth.
said knife.
With his teeth still, he's in the Huggy jacket.
Ye. I'm going to look at that in a second. I'm almost done reading. He helps retrieve said knife before catching up with his friends, the trio getting to slide down the ramp made on the stairs to speed up their egress. Outside Recaller's HQ, last notes he'll need to find his erstwhile patron to talk about certain withheld information when he can. And now, Session 17. How Deep the Rabbit Hole Goes. And can I make a request?
You're not going first, don't worry.
Oh, thank God. I need a minute to
I know you need a
talk.
minute. Small round of applause.
Woo.
Okay. No, we are actually going to start with Dr. Volt today. Very specifically.
Alrighty, because presumably because Dr. Volt wasn't part of the paralogue.
Oh, that has to do with part of it. But, oh, Dr. Volt, you've been doing some research of your own recently, haven't you?
Yes. Working on inventing a new spell.
Yes. You have somebody come to your door that you recognize specifically as one of the attendants that helped with Lost's Mask. You recognize him because you remember him coming by trying to get you to explain certain details that you had no clue about at one point in time. He duly informs you that the boss needs you and to head up there to his office when you get a moment. This
All right.
Paisley guy then immediately leaves your office without a second thought.
Dr. Volt will make his way up there as soon as he's finished with whatever he's currently doing.
You walk into the bird's office, and the egg chair is faced away, and the moment that you get up to his desk, he swivels around with what looks like some fuzzy creature in his lap, made out of paper.
Oh, good. I'm working for a James Bond villain.
And he goes, Fundaba, you're not Dr. Holt. By the way, does this make me look evil, or does this make me look friendly and approachable? I've been considering making a familiar.
Well, in theory, it should make you look friendly. From the world I come from, we often depicted world-conquering megalomaniacs as such.
How unfortunate. I was going to name this one Pixel. Look how cute he is. He presents an animal that he thinks is cute, and you may not. It doesn't help. He has googly eyes, literally placed or plastered where the eyes should be.
I wonder why it has googly eyes. There is no circumstances that have recently brought googly eyes to the forefront of Era's thoughts.
You don't understand the necessity of googly eyes. This has been planned for a while. Before the googly eyes thing cracked me up.
Okay, so Era has been recently replaying the Rare catalog, understood.
I like Banjo-Kazooie. Either rate, he'll set the paper or the folded paper thing aside and say, well, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. We can skip this for now. I guess I will reconsider my approach of having a familiar for now. But since you're here, Dr. Volt, how would you like to hear the idea that I was going to give to Dr. Holt? I guess I should be more clear with my speaking. Draconic was never meant for a beak.
Oh, okay. I legitimately should have, because I thought when Dr. Volt came into the room, you said, "You're not Dr. Volt," and I was like, "Wait, what?"
Dr. Holt. So even Dr. Volt made the joke.
No, Dr. Volt didn't make the joke. Oneko Taiago made the joke, because Oneko Taiago misheard.
But is Dr. Volt interested in his boss's idea?
Dr. Volt will certainly lend an ear. I mean, he's always interested in promising new experiments.
I had an idea that may be beneficial for both his company and for Twilight as a whole. Recently, after talking to one of the assistants around, and wherever he went, gone again, it's fine. A non-detector detector. If we can detect things, but we can't detect the thing, a device that detects everything and goes off when it's not detectable would tell us that there's something non-detectable. Which means it's something we need to poke, of course. What are your thoughts?
So in essence, some things that would find a hole in the field of the various detect law, detect chaos, good, evil type.
Well, I was sitting here going, we can detect metal, we can detect magic, we can detect everything. But the non-detectable. Isn't it very possible to have a negative show a positive? And I needed a proof of concept. Made with a detect something, just any of one of them, that would light up only if it did not detect that. And if that works, we might be able to get some grand funding. The situation that's going on here in Twilight.
It is an intriguing idea. I think I shall get to work on that's the proof of concept. Do you think that this Dr. Holt would be able to offer any suggestions? Is this why you initially planned for him to work on this?
Oh no, Dr. Holt is a man that needs to be told what to do. You're not. But he is a man that once you put him on a track will go until his... Well, you'll meet him. He's undead. When we say work his fingers to the bone, he's done that more than once, and more than once his fingers have also fallen off, so... But he does absolutely nothing until you tell him to. Such for a grand... Oh, what did they call them now? Lich? Can see why reality rejected him. He probably just sat in his tower for ages doing nothing until he literally just ceased to exist.
Such is the way of many wizards.
Unfortunately. But he may be able to have some insight. He may be able to provide you endless scrolls. The man can write them up in seconds.
Intriguing.
Well, I guess you could call him a man. I don't know what he was. Now he's more of a very interesting skeleton. I don't even know if his bones are all his. Speaking of... see, this is the other reason why I want a familiar. I'm pretty sure they can take notes, right? Somebody needs to remind me to give him a mask.
I would advise a crow for such things. They are capable of learning language, unlike most familiars, I believe.
A crow. I will have to look this up. I have never heard of such a being, but I will look it up.
I think you'll find them to be quite fitting.
I feel like I should be offended, but somehow I'm not. This is fine. Just to warn you about Dr. Holt. He's not always here in the office. Sometimes he's in a tower. He likes to be dark and brooding.
As are so many visits.
It's such a hassle. I just wish he'd use his office, but I would check there first. And if he's not there, I'll check the Shadows Playground. That is if you want. I trust you a little bit more than him.
As this is a highly theoretical form of magic we'll be studying, I cannot not make any direct promises of my positive progress, but at the very least I shall have a report for you by the right time here.
It's
Soon
okay,
enough I shall have a report for you of at least my progress in things that did not work.
I definitely appreciate it. And don't worry, from what I hear, the newspaper's going to design a calendar for us. Oh, by the way, if you haven't signed up for it, they have a little questionnaire.
A questionnaire.
Oh, yes, because apparently they're trying to create some sort of calendar, which requires people's opinions of what time it is or something. I don't know. I just made somebody else fill it out for me.
True, I suppose even this, the fluid nature of time here, what constitutes a day within anyone's respective home would vary.
12 a week and a month. I don't know what they're going to do about here. But that is none of my problem. We are scientists, and we know better than to study time in here. Again.
Until we can pin it down properly.
Yes, but good luck poking a dragon's mind on the concept of time. One way or the other, I do appreciate this, Dr. Volt. I hope this doesn't interfere with your own studies. But
I was in the process of the development of an interesting take on an old classic, as they say. Also, as they say, I need to thank Life of Dice for following. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Comfy Box. But what I was thinking was an alteration to a spell I believe everyone is very familiar with. I realized that through working with my teammates, that Magic Missile has a way it could be optimized slightly.
he does that whole lean on the desk, steepling his fingers. You're not entirely sure whether or not he's a villain or not at this point. He says, tell me more.
Well, I was thinking of a version that has, though a lower yield per missile, more missiles. This would benefit those who find themselves benefiting from the number of attacks rather than simply the magnitude of the attack.
A Gatling gun of magic missile could be very intriguing. Low energy. Small amounts of damage. Was your world familiar with the Gatling gun?
More than, I shall basically say. We had a wide variety of weapons of various levels of destruction.
I would hazard a suggestion of being slightly careful with that, but we're in Twilight, so the levels of technology vary greatly. Interesting, I approve. After all,
Excellent.
the city could use defenses after the whole devil issue. Well, Angel, or whatever that thing was. I was busy in the lab that day. I didn't even find out until 3 days later.
And whatever hullabaloo is going on now with all of the game nonsense.
Ah, yes, such an unfortunate turn of events for those that actually participate in such silly travesties when they could be learning, but leave it me not to, judge. Though I do say things have been feeling weird. Have you noticed as such as well, Dr. Volt?
I have noticed that in general the populace seem to be much more on edge than usual.
Strange, normally this place is relatively carefree. I should probably put somebody on studying this phenomenon. Apparently mortal stressors still do exist.
And in times of undue stress, very few things bring peace of mind like a reliable self-defense tool, such as, say, a first-level spell.
Most indefinitely. The non-detector you can do on the side. Maybe you go talk to Dr. Holt and make him do it. If you can find wherever my assistant went, maybe he'll put him on it too. But good talk, Dr. Volt.
I believe this will be a very beneficial discussion for the whole organization.
Oh yes, and Twilight in general. Wunderbar. Off
You
to
see,
work.
I would just like to remind everyone of something. Even if he is working for a megalomaniacal evil mastermind, Dr. Volt doesn't so much mind as long as he gets the credit.
The capitalist speaks and the scientist took advantage.
Dr. Volt's primary concern is the entire world knowing that he is the smartest man to ever smart. Admittedly, that works a lot better when people are not apocalypsed, but, you know, they often know who to blame for an apocalypse.
Let's go ahead and take a brief reprise over to Shoal. Hey, Shoal. Viv?
Yes.
So, hey, crash training with controlling your hunger.
Oh boy.
I mean, obviously, I'm assuming you would like to explain to Erabain, your god.
Correct.
Well, Erabain is going to probably start this out by not showing up at a bar, but showing up at your home in the morning and being like, yeah, I got to keep this short. I'm going to set you on the right track and then hand you over to somebody else. But
Fair enough.
I'm assuming you don't want to worship me. Please don't want to worship me.
No.
Well, thank gods. Do you got somebody in mind, or are you just going to
Yes.
do the whole concept? Oh, that was quick. Well, we're going to head to wherever I decide to stop walking and start. So, probably one of the food vendors. You want to tell me about this god?
Sure. And Shoal is going to explain the dragon god that he worshipped on his homeworld. Zixerl the Worldbringer. Along with a couple of other titles. Just a very, very, very large and long-lived brine dragon. You know, something you don't actually want to piss off on an ocean world. Let's see. Where did I have the rest of it set up? I wasn't expecting to actually be asked about Zixerl yet.
Lol, surprise.
Yeah. I know I had some of it written down, it's just not in my normal folder. Which means I put it somewhere weird.
It might also be in the chat. I'm gonna really
I did
quickly
get
use
the stuff out of the chat with you. I already put that in the thing.
Okay. I'll give you a moment. I need to use the bathroom anyways, and I need to get another water. Because we're still calling it water here.
What's this guy's title?
Water. The Worldbringer. Well, there's a couple of other titles, but the main one is the Worldbringer, like Whirlpool. Except it's WORL.
WHORL.
Yeah, that one, WHORL.
Okay, so yeah, basically I'm picturing Leviathan.
Yep. That's part
Yeah.
of the point.
More dragony, but yes, Leviathan.
Q fireproof.
People being yeeted off of a boat.
Yep.
Freaking amazing spelling pulled pork in the entire house bothering me, making me want food now.
Uh-huh.
All right. Do you want to pull it up later, Viv?
Yeah,
Okay.
I had to figure out where the hell this document even went. 'Cause
So
I didn't save it to my Shoal brine coat background and lore thing, and I don't see a new. I can't. I don't know. I don't know where I saved it. Somewhere fucking weird.
it's fine. We can always touch on this later, and you can explain your god later. I was
Yeah.
just trying to buy time so I could run to the bathroom, anyways.
I mean, the favorite combat professions are barbarians and rangers, and for non-combat professions, it's chefs.
Surprise!
You mean the god of eat everything loves when people prepare food?
Yes,
Of course.
eating and
Hold on.
fighting.
Hold on, I have to ask one more important question.
Yes.
Is this god of hunger known for screaming like a normal human?
No.
Okay, your god is not Guzzlord.
Good.
That would be funny though.
Please tell me you have seen Guzzlord in the anime.
I have not.
He is just a dude screaming.
They didn't even
is.
try. Or they thought it would be really funny, and they were right.
So, Viv, do you want to know what your training's going to be?
Eating?
Not eating.
Oh, okay. That sucks.
You're going to have to control your urges. Erabain is going to ask for your favorite food.
Oh, that's just mean.
Yes. Because you have to learn to control the hunger, because otherwise it controls you. And then the basic principles of being a cleric and discussing with you how you pray to your specific god. All the entire time your favorite food is sitting right there, which might not be as alluring considering, you literally fell unconscious from overeating not too long ago.
That's not gonna stop Shoal.
No, Shoal has to stop Shoal,
Exactly.
which probably sucks worse. And then involves you getting your favorite food at the end when Erabain's tired of talking. Because he has other business, and he will hand you off to somebody else that you'll meet the next day.
Joy.
Hey, Fret.
Hi.
You wanted to do silly things.
Hmm?
Well, you're done with your blade, right?
Oh, yeah, well, Fred, is going to, revisit the world mirror at some point.
Mm-hmm.
And, continue spectating, Sean's apprentice.
Oh, interesting. You're watching Sean's apprentice currently try and make arrows. She sits down with the wood dowel and all the metal bits and everything that she needs. And she starts working. And she makes what you looks like a very nice arrow, possibly masterwork quality. Then she gets upset, shoves it aside, and grabs another wood dowel, looking annoyed that she just made a bunch of masterwork arrows.
Brett looks incredibly confused. But continues watching. Because, yeah.
It's weird. She goes into this weird trance. Oh, shut up, phone. I'll get my medication in a moment. She seems to almost go in this trance when she starts making these arrows. It's strange.
But, yeah, I gather it's very obvious. She looks, familiar, huh?
Too
or should I roll
familiar?
for that?
You don't have to roll. You can see that she looks too familiar. Like she's doing this in an impulse and it's making her mad. When you
But no,
accidentally
the fact that just the
Oh,
individual
that
he's
you
spectating.
need a roll.
Okay. Let's see. How about a... I guess what would make sense would be like a knowledge local or something, right?
Go for it.
Yeah, that is going to be a 14.
Fortunately, not a success. There's that whole, she could be a minuet thing, or not a minuet, a signature, or the signature family. But white foxes aren't too uncommon, right? You might have to watch for a while to get that.
Yeah. Well, Fred doesn't really have much else exciting planned. And yeah, just decides to hang out and spectate.
You could totally watch Shoal get teased with food he can't have.
Oh, that is a reasonable point. Fred will kind of attempt to figure out where Shoal is.
You guys have bonded mind. It's not that hard.
Okay.
It takes you a while to get there. But poor Shoal. How's Shoal handling not being able to eat his favorite food that's right there that he can't have right now?
Very grumpy.
Fred will offer Shoal a water meal bar.
Offering insult to injury, I see.
Shoal is gonna shove Fret over with a paw. Push over like he's a glass on a table.
Fred looks so indignant.
And by the time you're allowed to eat this food, someone left it on the ground and the bugs got to it.
Let's not actually piss off Viv now.
But Fred will loudly munch on a wander meal whilst watching this.
Oh, Shoal's gonna kill you later.
Uh-huh.
So you have chosen death.
Shoal's revenge is going to be an interesting experience. Okay.
Though Fret will eventually relent. Just hang around with Shoal. Gently pat Shoal on the head.
Oh, poor Shoal. It's not like he's not bloated still, because he very much is. But it could be worse.
Grumble, grumble, grumble.
But yeah, Fret is generally not aware of a lot of the things that would probably be more urgent for him. So he's mostly just hanging around and messing with people and spectating stuff.
Sounds fine. You get to have something when night falls. Or you go to bed.
Oh, Lord.
I'm chewing, sorry.
You know what? Take your time. I'm going to get up and use the bathroom, and I assume I'm coming next.
You are coming next.
Everybody remember to stretch and hydrate.
Fine.
Yeah.
So. Hey, Fret.
Hi.
You were very cordial with a certain devil, right?
Yeah, like, we, actually, we absolutely have, an outstanding arrangement to have tea sometime. I
Hmm.
think.
Since we got a moment and he's gotten up and he's next anyways, we'll go ahead and handle this now. You tease enough people throughout the day and you go to lay down your head, and just before you fall asleep, you ever wonder why they called that devil Whispers? Whispered in your ear?
Fret will, look around his nearly barren apartment.
Oh no, you're not in a barely barren apartment. You're in a populated town center sitting outside of a tea shop with Whispers sitting right there, looking like a human-ish thing, matching the people around in a very nice suit. On the table is a tea set and a jar with what looks like a really weird grub in it.
Fret looks so confused as to what's going on at all.
And you decided to
And-
wear pajamas to the time that you're coming out to sit with the prince and have tea.
Fret will, if he doesn't have his chalkboard, nearby, we'll find something to write on.
It takes you a few moments. You have a napkin and he hands you a pen. You realize that he's fucking with you just as much as you fucked with others today.
Well, Fret will, of course, scrawl out a, what the hell's going on? How are you even here? What?
Oh, we're not actually here. We're in your head. It's fine. You just fell asleep is all. I can't enter Twilight, but I can enter your mind.
Fret nods.
My business was
With kind of a
concluded,
look of understanding.
and I wanted tea.
Fret kind of has his like eyes light up, and he hastily scrolls out. Oh, so you found the people that you were looking for?
He taps the jar. One of them's right here.
Fret just blinks and looks at the jar. And
There's
smirks.
a grub in there. When you look at the jar, it looks like the grub is pouting.
Haha, get wrecked, nerd.
Wait. What did I miss on my way to the bathroom?
Oh, Vari's on a dream date with a devil's prince.
Oh, haha, I understand the grub now.
Well, Fret will kind of just shrug and then grab up one of the pots of tea and pour himself some dream tea. And then we'll
So,
pour the devil some tea.
oh, fantastic. Somebody actually knows manners around here. Right, grubby boy? He shakes the jar a little. Oh, look at him. He's so angry. Speaking of being very angry, how are you? You didn't piss off your little shark cat friend, did you?
Fret kind of just does the sideways head and then nods.
On a side note, you do realize that we're in your dream world. If you want a chalkboard to write on, you can just do it. You just need to think it, right?
Fret nods in affirmative.
Oh, fantastic. Well, tell me how's work been going, darling? And all that other mortal things that I just don't understand, but I'm going to pretend to for now.
Fret, instead of manifesting a chalkboard, manifests a sitar, and then casts prestidigitation, and then begins writing in the air.
You get it.
And then we'll write out, oh, things have been going good. Got rejected from a sphere, but otherwise going pretty all right. Saved some souls, stuff like that.
Interesting business you must all have. So, I was wondering if you knew why they called me Whispers.
Fred shakes his head.
Not even a bit of curiosity from the fox. How unfortunate.
Fred writes out, I didn't say that I wasn't curious.
Oh, no, you don't have to flatter me with your lack of curiosity now.
Fred just is gradually looking more and more indignant about this.
I just thought that Fox's curiosity, preceded them, but apparently I'm wrong. Doesn't surprise me. I've been gone for several hundred mortal years. Who knows the interaction of time between planes and realms and spheres and all that.
Fred just, in big bold letters, is like, okay, out with it. Why are you called Whispers?
Well, really simple. I communicate with those that follow me in whispers only. But you know my real name, and now that I'm done with business, he does that thing where he puts his finger on the jar and then slowly knocks it over to watch the grub inside squirm. I figured maybe I should start working again.
Fred kind of blinks a couple times, and then kind of does the just leans forward at the table, puts his hands in front of him, steepled.
Oh, I've got your attention now.
Business.
Yeah, Fred will write out in there. Do tell, what sort of business do you speak of?
Well, you run into bad people out there, right? In your current line of work? Ones that should obviously go to hell. And go to help a certain devil regain his power that he once held as a prince of hell that he currently doesn't have because he spent 500 years granting wishes for stupid mortal beings at the behest of certain helpers that I haven't exactly decided to do all with. Well, what if I said, even though I can't have your soul, having a soul worship me in a domain of a being like you would also be endlessly amusing. Or a follower, or somebody that has a little bit of my power.
Fret will kind of just scribble out in the air, in, like, a lot of and then we'll note. Well, I don't know if worship is something that I'm willing to do to anyone, but we could maybe come to an agreement.
Oh, those are words to my ears. Or to my eyes. Not quite. Well, I guess it is magic. Those words are magic to my eyes. Huh.
Fret finger guns.
But say I give you a bit of power and you send some evildoers my way throughout your adventures. You send a few more, I give you a little bit more power. Oh, come on, you're from a world where you've met all sorts of types. You know what a warlock is, right?
Fred shakes his head.
You don't know what a warlock is.
Fred shakes his head.
Do you know what a sugar daddy is?
Fred very tentatively nods his head.
Hi, I'm daddy
Like,
and you're
very
sugar now.
slowly.
The easily way put is that I give you power, you do the things that I want you to occasionally and make me happy.
He's a sugar
Fred
daddy, but
will,
instead of money, it's magic powers.
Fred scribbles out something about, so kind of like a sorcerer? No, not those.
You ate my
like,
baby.
That gets scribbled out.
Think
What was that,
cleric.
Eric?
He says, you're not my baby.
Fred just has the most amused look, and then kind of just clears away all of the cluttered floating letters in the air, and that's. Anyways, so what's the catch?
Oh, you know, if you find an evil man that needs to die out there, or being or creature beyond redemption, I have you do a little incantation over their dead body to ensure that their soul gets sent to my doorstep. It's technically an evil act, but good and evil is beyond beings like yourself, right? And they obviously deserve it if you're sending them to me.
Fred kind of has a halfway squint, sideways, mouth tilt, kind of contemplative look going on. And then kind of does a tentative nod of affirmation.
Of course, I would never make you do, like, the whole ritual sacrifice thing. I'm pretty sure if you did that, a certain very powerful being of your realm would probably be very angry. But, you know, he probably has no problem with sinners getting sent to where they belong, right?
Fret scribbles it out. Well, you can ask him.
Feel
Oh
the
no, I'm not
backhand
stupid enough to stand in front of that one.
justice.
I could ask him.
You are free to do so.
Fret nods.
I can only imagine the look on Erabain's face when Fret is like, "Hey, do you care if I send sinners to a different hell than they were actually supposed to go to?" Why? Reasons. I got a magical sugar daddy. Oh dear God.
But
You're gonna give Shoal a fucking hernia when he wakes up. Just explaining this. You'd think it'd be an aneurysm, but no, Shoal's gonna end up with a hernia instead. The aneurysm comes later after he's finished processing everything.
But Fret will scribble out. What are your thoughts on maybe a couple Proteans?
Proteans at my doorstep would definitely be a little bit of a boost, but good luck capturing them. They're at the same power level as me most of the time.
Fret will scribble out. Yeah, and there's a couple in the city, I'm pretty sure.
Well, of course they would show up there. Or they probably did weird wonkity woo. Who knows with them? Sure. I'd love to have them at my doorstep. We can have a little discussion about, law and chaos and how their little shenanigans screw up too much for me and how things should be orderly.
Fret nods emphatically. And will
You are not a
scribble
lawful
out.
person, Fred. Don't you fucking lie to this man.
Well, okay, it's more the
Doesn't like Protean's part.
yeah. They are too far in the chaos direction. Too far. But anyways, yeah. Fret will scribble out. They've brought contaminated God's blood in.
Why didn't they just talk to a devil? We got plenty of this stuff around. Fine. Always got to be complicated with them. They think they have big brains, but they always do things the hard way. You sure they're actually Proteans and not just a mortal bent by Protean will?
Fret shrugs.
Eh.
I mean, either way, Whiskers can. I'm sure Whiskers. I'm sure Whispers would be glad to have them for a nice little conversation.
Nope, new headcanon, Whispers is Whiskers in disguise.
Oh Lord!
True form of Whispers, the bone-in jello.
Alright, I'll be on the floor if anybody needs me. He says,
I prefer. Oh, go ahead.
if we're gonna play dangerous games, do you want a devil that I turned into a grub for a toy for a little while? I have no idea how to torture this one. He was the one that came up with the candy idea, apparently. Put in the little boy's head. Oh, by the way, he's my other warlock now. Fantastic job. I pulled his soul out of the depths of despair. He's committing all sorts of revenge acts for me right now. It's kind of shocking how brutal an angry soul can be.
Brett has kind of a astonished look.
The Candy Kid is now a warlock,
Yes.
and he's apparently very mad that he got tricked.
Oh, he's very mad that he got punished and put to death as a child for making an innocent wish as a child. That was
Fair
put in
enough.
his head by another devil.
Fair enough.
And Fret kind of just looks down at the glass, and then back up at Whisper, and then back down, and then back up, and scribbles out, "You want me, and not your other warlock that would probably really, really enjoy your friend here."
Oh, don't worry about him. He's currently torturing half a planet. He's taking it over. Slowly. He's getting there.
Brett just kind of does the double blink, kind of leans back a little.
I am a devil, and retribution is needed. Did you expect me to be nice to the people that entrapped me, forcing me to give up a lot of my power, doing any wish they wished to for several hundred years? till a child fucked up. Uh-oh, we lost Taya.
Oh no.
Taya gone.
Oh no, did Taya lose connection?
Stream is still up.
No, he's offline on Discord.
He might have had an internet issue. It's fine. We can continue for now. They're there.
Welcome back.
Yeah, my Discord decided to reboot itself. I was sitting there like, there's been a lot of silence. Was I addressed and I didn't notice it?
No.
Aw.
No, we've been
Not yet.
talking.
Did
But,
Taigo at least hear the
Fret
funny
will,
sugar daddy line?
Yes, I've not been gone for very long, like a minute.
Okay.
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 I think the
But,
last thing I
Fret will,
distinctly remember hearing was that he turned a devil into a grub, and that devil is now a warlock.
No. The child that the devil
The kid is the warlock?
whispered a wish to. Yeah.
Yes.
Which Fret does shrug and scribble out. I mean, I could find something to do with them, but I mean, I don't know.
Probably not best to keep him in Twilight.
It's up to you. You can take them if you
Yeah,
want.
Fret does scribble out. I'm pretty sure that if I take him, he becomes a lost soul.
No, if you take him, he'll probably end up as a meal for whatever being that you're worshipping over there, or what have you.
Scribbles out that too.
It's up to you. For now, shall we enjoy tea? If you choose to take him, just take him when you start to feel yourself wake up.
Fret, no, sure, a gift for Erabain. And
Maybe
then,
he'll be left mad at you for
recline.
kneeling to to a devil.
Fret will look very offended and say, "I'm not kneeling. We're just having tea."
Fine, you worship it however you want. But you were leaning back and just going to enjoy the atmosphere of the dream tea.
Mhm.
All right.
And
Fantastic.
listen to conversation and such if he deems that he wants to continue conversing.
You're giving a devil that has been locked up for a long time the floor to talk endlessly. He's going to talk endlessly. He's going to describe in severe detail what he did with the other devils and the gods that he managed to capture so far that were partially due to his imprisonment. You might leave a little disturbed.
This is fine.
Right, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to use the bathroom really quick. We'll do a mini stretch break, and then we'll come back to Last Lost in Paint to see what they're doing now.
I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'm not needed for anything at the moment. Be back.
But yeah, accidental level of warlock coming at some point, probably.
It does not sound accidental.
No, it's not at all. Good times. Good times.
You have returned.
Has Effect just resubscribed for 19 months. Razimlik, Razimlik, Razimlik.
Fetch, thank you so much for that resub and your 19 months of support. Thank you so much.
Duke.
Parkour! Michael, parkour! Parkour! Extreme! Parkour! Parkour!
This is Parkour, internet sensation of 2004, and it was in one of the Bond films. It's pretty impressive. The goal is to get from...
Parkour!
So last Lost and Paint.
Parkour!
Present.
Hello?
I know I just heard Zim. Perfect. So you guys just had a day and a half, or half a day? It's been weird. Fred has seemed to have gone off to do his own business afterwards. Question is, what are you two doing?
Gosh, if that's not a question and a half.
You know for the letter that Erabain has gone into hiding, but he has specifically mentioned that you will be able to find him.
Never said how.
Do you want the obvious hint?
I mean, he can probably just think about Erabain and figure out word salad. I'm sorry. He can probably just focus on Erabain and find his way to him.
I mean, if he wishes to, is that what he wants to do right now?
Like I said, it was a question and a half.
Yes.
By the way, Era, I was looking up the rules for such things. Apparently, it'll take me like 4 days tops to create this spell.
Yeah. I know.
Lost is tired. He is, oh, so tired. He's gonna look at Paint to see how Paint is doing right now.
Paint is looking at Last with concern and is still basically attached to Last's leg.
considering Last has only recently regained the ability to stand. I really should have kept that file, shouldn't I?
Paint just... Oh, go ahead.
Nope, go ahead. I paused too long.
Paint just kind of tilts his head at last.
I don't know what to think. I'm so tired. After dealing with the council, and then this, and... He sighs. His shoulders sag a bit as he looks over to Paint. What do you think? Should we find him? Or go home?
Paint, kind of looks like he's considering for a bit. Before he bites onto, Last's, arm and tugs him along. Slowly and gently, but he's gonna head for one of the exits to the city.
Well, he's going to stumble a bit, but for the most part, Lost tries to stay on his feet, mostly so Paint doesn't have to move him around on an Earth platform anymore. But he follows. There's no reason not to.
You have 2 or 3 choices. You can either go towards the Bridge of the North, which leads to nothing. You can go to South, which leads to the Threshold, the way out of this realm. Or you can go off to the East, specifically, which leads to the farmlands.
He's going to the east.
Off to the... I forget what I named that road specifically, that goes through the countryside between all the farms. That small little town off to the east.
Not the
It's
town
a pun on
specifically.
Pigtail. You kind of got to go through the town once you exit. But you can go past that and then end up in the farmlands.
Well, he is headed for past that. Somewhere away from society.
You might want to go south then and go off to the west then, because that's the golden fields and near the edge is the forest.
Oh, well then there.
All right.
He'll take Last to the forest. Mostly following his nose to get away from the city. And just find a nice little clearing in the forest and just sit.
The forest itself is a strange place because no matter where you go, you can see the forest edge. It's almost as if everything out here is hazy and not quite remembered well. So finding a clearing only happens the moment you decide that you want to find a clearing, and then one simply manifests itself.
Is Paint aware of that?
He is an intelligent creature.
Instead, he's going to think about his home before. The big tree that his pack would frequently, congregate around.
You will end up with a big tree, but it won't quite be right. It's not quite the right kind of tree, but it is a big tree.
Well, important note, does it have the hollow underneath it? Because that's the most important part for him.
Kinda. You could probably fit there, but it's not like the whole pack would have ever fit in there.
Close enough.
It tries.
Well, he will go over and sit next to the tree and use one of his paws to pat the ground next to him.
Lass stands there for a minute. He looks at the tree, at the forest. He seems like he's halfway in a daze. The motion is what catches his eye more than anything else. Moving over, he places a hand on the tree and slowly kneels down and moves to sit with paint, trying to get as much in the hollow as he can without making things uncomfortable.
Oh, paint didn't get in the hollow, but
No.
it was important to him that it's there.
Ah, okay. In any case, he sits by paint.
Paint sends along a mental image of the city and all the people bustling around, him being pushed about, and everybody seeming to get bigger and bigger as he feels smaller and smaller before it changes to... And it comes with a very oppressive feeling before it changes to this clearing where there's just a sense of peace. And trying to think of how to word it. just a sense of peace and getting away and recovering.
Lost leans back against the tree, and he removes his helmet. Something about his vapor seems heavier, weighed down. The tendrils aren't as floaty as they usually are for his mane. They sort of sink and drift and coil around his shoulders. He looks at you, his eyes half dimmed. And he reaches out with one arm to embrace Paint.
Paint leans in closer and gives a somewhat over-the-top sigh. The kind of sigh that, comes with lots of stress finally being released.
I just imagine a dog going, oh, like they do when they're done with everything around them.
Basically.
Lost attempts to make a similar sound, though it's not quite the same. He smiles.
Duke.
And it probably feels like he wants to say something, but also he doesn't want to ruin the quiet. He likes the quiet. He likes being here.
Paint is going to be focusing on thinking about the birds that he would hear, the quiet sounds of the forest, and kind of trying to push those memories onto this part of the world.
It's weird. It's like trying to push your memories into somebody else's head. So the sounds and everything that come out, it's easy for Paint. The sounds that you hear are similar, but as if foreign to you. It's like you're hitting play on a video of similar memories.
At the same time, like, all of those sounds would probably be foreign to Last anyways, so Paint accepts it. Close enough.
Lost listens. And then the ocular nodes of his face go dark. He's basically closed his eyes. And he starts to think about his world. An old memory by now. He remembers sounds. He remembers the foliage of a forest he was in. Of the strange creatures that lived in a world in magnetic flux. Would Paint be able to see that stuff in my head?
Unfortunately, no.
Paint's gonna have to train his telepathy.
Pretty much. Though, Key, I sent you a message.
Okay. No, my worst roll. $17.
You're sitting there remembering these things, and you start to remember other portions of your world. The god that you saw abandoned your world. How? How would he be reaching out to you? How did he get a connection? How did that happen? Then you remember watching your mask fly off into the nothing, and you go, how? How did he get this mask? How did he get that from Erabain? How did Erabain send it to him? You watched it disappear. You watched it disappear. Anything that goes into nothing can't come back. You watched it disappear. How was it there? How were they still?
Is it visible that Lass is going, these kinds of thoughts are going through Lass' head?
I don't know. It's a good question, Last.
As Last's mind turns from the peaceful scenery to more... what's a good word for it? Cluttered thought. The silhouette of his vapor sort of ripples and distorts in repeated patterns, kind of like how ferrofluid does when you expose it to magnets. And his eyes are open enough that they're just these 4 narrow rectangles of light. And he's sort of leaning into paint a little firmly without realizing it. He's started to hug paint a little harder as he's going over this over and over and over and over and over and over. And it stops. I'm sorry, what was I doing? Are you okay?
Paint nods. He looks more concerned than hurt.
Paint. Did you see anything at the mirror?
I'm gonna need a refresher. I think Paint just got knocked out, though.
Paint got knocked out. I don't believe Paint actually saw anything. I know that Paint got knocked out, but...
No, Paint didn't.
I know Paint wound up unconscious at one point.
Nope, a sudden surge of psychic energy knocked Paint out.
Okay, so Paint did not see anything. Okay.
Nope.
He shakes his head.
I see.
Ah. Tennis balls.
Of course, I can't stop thinking. Of course I can't. Because I'm stupid enough to keep hoping.
Paint shakes his head fervently.
No, Paint. This time I am. It's gone. What's gone doesn't come back. So how? And why?
Jesus Christ. Sorry,
You okay?
ADHD got a bright flash of light and apparently it was lightning, and that was one hell of a thunder roll.
Gib.
Oh, goodness.
Gib.
Yes, gift please.
No, I
Gib
love
Thunder.
the rain.
No Gib.
Last is going to look for like a branch or something that he can use to help pull himself up.
Unfortunately, not on this tree. It is a very large tree, so nothing close enough to the ground to grab onto.
Oh well. He'll use his tail. Pushing himself up using that, rather than pressing further on poor Paint, who has already borne the brunt of his weight too many times now.
The duck has been summoned, Era.
Hey, that little rubber ducky that you picked up a while ago falls out of your pocket. You watch it as it rolls a little bit, and then its little propeller goes, and as if it was in water, it just starts to shoot off towards Twilight. Then vanishes. Kind of looks like it shot up for a moment, but it went way too fast for you to see. Looks kind of like a submarine.
Last is thoroughly distracted for a good minute.
Paint is grateful. Got him away from those thoughts.
Shaking his head, he just holds onto his helmet in one hand. Right. No, there's... I need... He pauses to consider his next words as he thinks about it. I need to apologize to Erabain. And then I have to ask him some questions. As much as I want to stay here, Paint, I'm broken. My mind just won't let this go. Maybe after. Maybe when we have some answers. He gives Paint an apologetic look and goes to leave the forest.
Paint sends along the image of a tree struck by lightning, split in half, scorch marks there, and the tree, part of the tree hanging precariously over, threatening to fall all the way off. But then the image kind of fast forwards to the tree healing and reattaching itself and growing stronger. There's a clear emphasis on time for that. And he's staying seated where he's at. He then sends the same image, but this time, instead of the time being allowed to pass, a strong wind comes in and the broken part gets ripped off. And that's about it for the image.
Lost begins to fidget with his helmet as he stands not terribly far away, having stopped when Paint began giving him those images. I've had 100 years to heal, Paint. Maybe I'm just rushing into this because I want it done.
Paint snorts and sneezes.
He makes a bit of a face. Because at this point he's recognized that that's Paint saying yes. I know I am. Right, I'm so tired of hoping. Of making the same mistakes.
Paint sends another image. This time, a basket of carrots getting dumped off around on the ground. And somebody very quickly gathering them up, but leaving several carrots behind as they rush off. Followed by another one of taking the time to gather all of the carrots, and nothing's left behind as they are moving on with their day.
He looks confused. And again, he sort of fidgets with its helmet, turning it over and over in his hands. You notice that he doesn't meet your gaze anymore.
Quick question.
Yes.
What is the helmet made of?
That is a good question. I figured it was made with metal. It has the articulation bits too.
Perfect. Paint's going to start gathering power.
Good.
You know what feat I'm using here.
I know exactly what you're using. That's rude. So much of his stuff is metal.
So with the level up, I picked up a feat called Air to Power Unstable. It has a lot of different effects to it, but in particular, Paint is Earth Element right now, which is especially useful because all unattended stone, brick, clay, and metal objects of up to 5 pounds within the affected area move 10 feet towards you. Heavier objects made primarily of these materials may bend, warp, chip, inch, or edge towards you slightly. All unattended, that's about glass. And objects that are attended, they do have that draw towards him. Though he can't actually pull it.
Rude.
He can't actually pull it out of Last's hands, but Last will feel that tug.
Yeah.
Rude.
Yeah, rude. My entire suit has metal.
Well, sure. I mean, you can resist it, but he's using this as emphasis.
Unfair. Because you know as well as I do, he's not in a position to resist it. He only just got feeling back in his limbs. And so Lost stumbles a bit, and he loses his grip on his helmet, which I assume zooms over to orbit Paint.
Technically, it would come up, and if it touches him, it touches him harmlessly and just falls to the ground then.
It's like watching metal go to a magnet, except the magnet shuts off the moment something touches him.
Exactly.
Just bonk.
And Era, I see your message in your chat. Paint feels its best at last takes some time to gather his thoughts properly.
Oh, yeah, the GM is totally worried about the character thoughts right now. He's not totally trying to increase the pressure or anything like that and make a huge explosion happen.
And Paint...
Why would a GM ever do that?
Paint is being therapy dog.
Why would I cause so much stress and distress?
Paint is going to lay on top of the helmet.
Paint, I need that. As he sort of begins to move over. Steps perhaps a little more expedient than he would like, so he stumbles and then ends up having to brace on the tree as he gets over there. And he holds one hand down towards the prone Paint. Give that back.
He shakes his head.
Paint.
He sends the image of the basket with the carrots and taking the time to properly gather them all into the basket again.
That's not... I know you're trying to help me. But this isn't just going to go away if I try to ignore it.
Paint shakes his head. He sends another image. This time of Paint and Lost in doggo forms, looking at a herd of buffalo. Or not buffalo. Well, wildebeest. That would be one that would be accurate. And taking time. It's clear they're looking at the herd. They're plotting the proper way to go. They are waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Because rushing in right now would just scare them all away.
Hey, Era. I sent you a DM.
Okay, for some reason, Fret's icon is just showing as muted.
Oh no?
Yeah, it's not showing
I
you
mean,
actually
it's
talking on my
fitting.
end.
I was about to say, imagine the mute fox is showing it can't talk.
I'm sorry.
Wait, did you, like, set your icon specifically to have the muted picture?
He might have.
That would be funny. Also, I'm
It's
sorry.
the April Fool's joke of setting your Discord to having the one notification.
And Vari, to answer your question, no, it would just go to the capital.
Ah, okay, okay.
Also, I'm sorry, Era, but Paint wins. Because there's a trait that I gave Lost. It's called ambush training. So that analogy is going to get through to him, unfortunately.
That's fine. I can go back to other people before you guys rip the plot open and see how deep this rabbit hole really goes, because Shit's about to get messy, so why don't I do it this way? This is a final call for any of you to have any normalcy for the next several sessions.
Oh.
Anything your characters want to do before, Last is going into an existential crisis.
Will this existential crisis last about 4 days?
It depends. How long does paint make you or Last stay here?
Paint would make Last stay there until he feels Last is ready.
What is your conditions for Last being ready?
Slightly ambiguous, but basically Last is not seeming like he's rushing off to do this and has thought through things and made a clear plan.
Last, how long does it take your anxiety-riddled mind right now to actually settle enough to make discernible thoughts?
Six days.
Oh, you guys are going to be out here for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. I get 6 days of madness to instill. So, yes,
Lord.
you'll have your prototype going. Hey, Shoal, you have your 4th level.
Ew.
Are you going to take Whispers up in the office there, or offer there, Vari?
I'm thinking so.
Fantastic. We can discuss appropriate classes of your choosing later for the 4th level. Hey, Dr. Volt.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah, 4 days is or 6 days is going to be enough for you to go ahead. And I'm assuming, are you doing the spell or are you doing the non-detector detector first?
The spell.
You'll have the 4 days to do that, and then we're going to do the next 2 days. I'm assuming you're going with the non-detector detector. Proof of concept.
Yeah, I mean, the next 2 days I'll work on that. Let's see. Day 1, that's a roll of a... Ooh, since I'd be using guidance and my power for this, that's a chunky number. 16 plus 1 plus 13, so we're already at 30 before my power.
That's fine. Roll again.
36.
Got it.
Okay, sure. Another 36.
Congratulations. Not only in 1 day or 2 days have you put together a proof of concept, you've made a prototype. This particular device abuses a little bit of the same way that light detectors work, where it runs electricity through a little mini solar panel. And when the voltage drops across that because the light's no longer on it, it reads that and catches it. So you have a proof of concept of a device that will detect when something is not magic by the end of this day.
Nice.
The problem is that you run into is that it requires something to detect magic continuously, which is a major flaw right now. You were able to go ahead and go to Dr. Holt, whom is definitely a man that possibly doesn't have bones that belong to him in his body. And body is subjective. You're pretty sure that what his body is, put together like a stuffed animal. But that's nothing to worry about, right? Totally not terrifying to see somebody pretending.
No, not existential dread at all.
But that's going to be the next problem, is that for it to work, you need something that can consistently detect all these things without worry. More research may be needed, but you have a proof of concept, which will make your boss very, very happy.
I will be right back.
Let's see. Hey, Shoal, you got your training complete. You were trained by an interesting individual that was wearing rather noble clothing. They seem to be half elf, maybe
Ew.
part drow.
Era, I do feel the need to bring up that there is an obvious answer to this already. Detect
And that-
magic can be made permanent with the permanency spell.
Yeah, but that'll work for detect magic. But what about other higher level detection spells?
Oh, okay, I see. So it needs all of them cast consistently.
For a non-detector detector to work properly, you have your proof of concept, which is you have a device that will detect the lack of magic. So you can now detect not magic items. You can tell whether or not an item is magic or not by pointing at this, and it'll say, no, it's not magic, or it is. You got that part down. The problem is that when you're trying to do a non-detector to detect non-detection, you have to be able to detect everything. You just have the proof of concept that'll hopefully get your boss funding.
Well, mission accomplished. Da 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 da.
Yeah, so gain your level.
Huzzah! I am a 4th level inventing thing inventor.
I looked at options, and every single time I looked at options for a weird subclass to give you, I just went, he's just going to go back to this anyways. I considered offering you wizard, but I figured you'd laugh at that as a bad scientist.
I mean,
The one that's a great combo to go with it is Arcanist, though.
That is true.
what does Arcanist do?
They are a little bit of wizard, a little bit of sorcerer that can break the rules of magic.
Pretty much. They abuse the rules of magic. They don't break them, they abuse the shit out of them.
Yeah.
It's a physicist messing with quantum entanglement and being like, look, I just made a supercomputer that can do 8 million calculations in a millisecond. But it might also create a black hole.
I mean, wizards can already do that, especially necromancers. It's called deep rot. They just create a
I forgot
demi-plane
about that.
filled with negative energy, fill it with skeletons, and have them work as the fucking binary switches, and then speed up time within it. Also, okay, I'm taking half again for my HP.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, this level has been mid for everybody. Got it.
No, the previous level was mid for me.
We have to figure out what fucking class we're gonna give you in place of Warlock at some point.
Okay.
We'll cross that bridge.
All right, I'm
Warlock
back.
doesn't exist in Pathfinder. Welcome back.
Did I miss anything?
Nothing particular other than Dr. Volt proving that he can build a computer out of undead. Shoal, the person that was trained you was a well-dressed, you're thinking possibly half-elf, possibly part drow gentleman. Fairly skinny, definitely tattooed to a certain extent.
Mm-hmm.
Not very talkative, though, surprisingly. He seemed to have no interest in continuing your training for you, but he did it anyways. What's your sense motive score?
My sense motive is fucking untrained and dog shit.
Yep, you absolutely believe he didn't give a shit. All right. Anybody got anything else they want to do during the 6 days other than paint and Last and Lost?
What do you get at 4th level? Is that a feat?
No, it's
No,
an
skill
ability
point.
No,
score
it's a
point.
stat point.
Oh, yes,
No, stat point.
stat increase. That's it.
Brain can brain, I swear.
I can't figure out what I want to put my stat. I know. I could. Oh my god! I could actually get myself an int modifier.
Gee, I wonder which stat Dr. Volt is going to prioritize.
I mean, I could prioritize Dex, but the issue is that my only odd leveled stat is int. Or my only odd numbered stat is int, so that's immediate bonus.
Yes, that is. It's up
And
to
I
you.
could use the skill points.
You can, and you do get one retroactive too.
Oh yeah, to all my previous levels?
Yes, you do.
Oh boy, I get 4 more skills to use. Okay. Well then we're gonna do that. That.
Viv having fun leveling.
Do I do swim or stealth?
So shallst we jump in the rabbit hole now, people?
Rabbit hole, rabbit hole.
I mean, plus 19 is fine. I'll put it in stealth.
All right. Last in paint.
Over the course of the 6 days, Paint would occasionally leave to forage some berries and such for last. As well as himself. But otherwise, he stays there at last side.
Lost is... He's not terribly talkative. And he's not happy to stay out here because he has so many other things normally that he needs to do. The guard work, the bakery, the things that he's used to distract himself from everything. And that's not here anymore. So for the first few days, he kind of looks like he's in a fairly terrible place. And it'll be pretty obvious to Paint because, like before, Blast Vapor sort of tells his condition mentally when he's not covered up entirely. And given he can't cover his tail anymore, that's a tell in and of itself. So he's been sorting his thoughts. And over the course of this almost a week, Paint will probably hear him muttering kind of odd things to himself that he utilizes as a sort of mantra, kind of in the same way he does when he's doing the rememberer thing.
Paint will remain at last side, giving him, doing the therapy dog thing, licks, pushing his head under the hand, things like that to help along the way the best he can. But he won't let Last leave until he's ready.
All things that are comforting. But every night, without fail, Last apologizes to Paint. That they're out here and not at home. That they aren't at the bakery. That Paint isn't at college. He apologizes because he feels like he is taking away from someone dear to him.
And every time, Paint's response is him running happily through the forest and plains, mental images, and caring for a sick packmate. He is The only thing that comes through with those mental images, above all else, is he is happy to do this.
And at the end of the 6th day, when the 7th day rolls around, he finally gets up and, well, he digs some leaves out of his helmet first, and then he puts it on. Because it's kind of been sitting on the forest floor for a little while. Let's go, Paint. We've been gone long enough. As he looks out past the glade, past the forest's edge, the walls of Twilight, both close and distant. We're supposed to be protecting that place. I think we're going to start by going to talk to someone that we should have talked to a while ago.
Paint sneezes and gets up to follow. Sending along the mental image of last with a hurt leg and not being able to actually do it properly. Until he healed. Until he healed.
Oh, I'm still scarred and hurt. Things like that don't just go away. But you make it better. Like a splint. It is a splint, right? Sort of gestures at himself like, I don't normally have bones. I don't know if that's the right thing.
Paint has no idea either. He wasn't exactly around society for very long.
We'll ask Dr. Volt when we get the time. I bet he knows. Volt knows a lot of things.
Volt knows everything.
Lost, just subtly implying that Volt doesn't know everything, only most things.
Yeah, he does know everything. It's in there somewhere.
That's a
Hey,
problem.
look, the
He
book you're
knows
looking
everything.
for is in the fucking Great Google Library. Go find it.
Hey, Volt, I need to know where this book is. It's in there. Points in a direction. Go away.
I'm not Ask Jeeves.
He has information. It's all there. Whether or not he'll find it before the heat death of the universe is another question.
There's always a chance he will know. Now, since those two are going back to the city, those of you that have got the newspaper have suddenly realized that there have been a couple of more disappearances around the town over the last few days. It seems that a couple more kidnappings have happened, and that the guard are starting to really struggle with the amount of this is new shit surprise you're dealing with. The pressure. It is something that has become feelable in the air even as Paint and Last walk into the city again. A slight discomfort, a slight glance of mistrust. It's there now.
There?
Mistrust.
Is this like pointed mistrust or general mistrust?
Just general. But it's one of those things where everybody's a suspect. You don't know what's around the next corner kind of fear. After all, when has Twilight experienced kidnappings?
With the I'm gonna DM you something, Era.
It's a city paralyzed by fear. I say trying to bide time while I wait for this DM.
No, it's not an important DM. Keep going.
Oh. Last and lost. And/or.
Last is going to enter from the south gate. And he's just going to go down the center, past Luminary Square in the castle, all the way up to the bridge to nowhere.
Perception checks, please.
Ooh. No.
Good, I don't have to describe this yet anyways. Give me 1 second while you go to the bridge to nowhere. I'm going to grab another drink. Go ahead.
No, Paint's with him.
You can roll perception too, Paint.
I think Paint perceives it.
The castle doesn't seem right as you guys pass it today. It's like seeing a generic photograph of the Disney castle, you know, that you see at the beginning of every movie. Like, it's blank, not right, empty. You can do with that whatever you want. I'm going to go and get another drink.
The hell are we supposed to do with that information?
I mean, Paint doesn't talk. So why would Lost make a comment about that?
I mean, Paint will just send exactly what he's seeing to Last via mental image.
Oh, right, because I didn't see it. That's new. Just eyes narrowing a bit as he keeps going. Maybe picking up the pace ever so slightly, as if the idea of stopping would make it kind of worse.
So, I would like to note that Fret probably is considerably worried to have not seen Lost, and Paint for days. And will probably be, like, outside their bakery or something.
I don't think the bakery is along the main promenade.
Yeah, yeah. I don't think so either.
Rip.
Where the heck is it?
Rip.
Yeah, I think it was... Is it 6? No. 6 is the Warden Market. Well, maybe it is 6. But yeah, wherever it is, it's not along the central line.
So, question, really quickly, before I hop into this. You guys investigated a kidnapping, didn't you? Or did I strike that out incorrectly?
We
Kidnapping.
I forget if it was a kidnapping. I just remember that we found a body in the snowfield.
Nope, I have this striked out
Yeah, we-
incorrectly. You guys haven't had to deal with this yet. I mentioned a thing that you guys have not directly investigated yet. Oopsies.
There was the assassination attempt.
Nope. There has been a string of kidnappings. But Last and Lost wasn't in the city, so he didn't get to investigate.
Mm-hmm. This is what happens when I'm away. My anxiety is justified.
Growl.
This is not something that Lost says. My poor anxiety-riddled suit of armor is justified in having anxiety.
That's fine, you guys don't know about that yet. Just the rest of the party knows about the fact that there was kidnappings. Ooh,
Which is probably partially why
You're freaking out?
Fred is exceptionally worried.
Don't worry, the details on all the kidnappings, they're all done in front of other people. Which makes it weirder, doesn't it? The fact that there was always a witness to the kidnappings. There's been 3 so far. Yay! I'll just put that into the back pocket for later, just in case. So you guys go out to the bridge to nothing, and as you reach the end, you see an unusual sight. Just the end of the bridge.
That can't be right. As Lost takes a hesitant step towards that last leg of the bridge, and then he briskly walks up to the edge, bracing upon the shoot, is there a word for that, like, rim side bit?
The railing?
Railing, thank you.
A pylon or something, maybe?
No, railing is... He braces a hand on the railing, looking around for Erabain anywhere, searching out the void that he once felt fear drive into his heart from, but no longer. At least, not from it. Now he's starting to get rising anxiety because Erabain isn't here.
Paint is sniffing at the air and moves to the edge of the bridge and pokes his head out, trying to look under it.
It's weird. Gravity allows you to walk around this bridge. You could just walk to the underside.
Okay, Paint's gonna go through the railing and just walk on the side of it.
Hey, Last, your dog just jumped.
Just absolute panic, grabbing at his head as he runs over to the edge, looking over to see if he can see Paint. And then...
Paint's just looking up, wagging.
If I had a heart, you'd have given it an attack. Ugh. Just slumping a bit on the railing.
He continues down the side of it to the underside.
Yeah, Erabain's there. Just chilling, laying against the bridge.
Paint's sending what he sees to last.
Last just hangs his head from where he's slumped over the railing. Like, oh my god, why?
You can just
Literally,
go over
oh
the
my
railing.
god, why?
He said he was hiding. He said you could find him. He didn't say how.
Exactly. So he's going to heft himself over the railing and swing to the underside. Because gravity is weird and subjective, so he's only briefly hanging by his tail before he puts his feet on the underside of the bridge. He gives Erabain a look.
Erabain's just chilling there. No alcohol, no guitar, nothing like that. Just there.
This isn't exactly what I imagined when you said you were going to hide.
Oh, my physical body's hiding very well. Unfortunately, my soul is bound here. I can't exactly leave. What I can do is move the bridge up and hide on the underside of it.
He considers the implications that the bridge has been moved up, and then sets that aside because that's less important right now. The city is not in a great state.
I am well aware.
I owe you an apology.
Erabain will crack an eye and look over and be like, is it really that bad out there?
Blinks. No, it's not that. For before.
Paint growls at that. He does not agree.
My decision was selfish, and I clung to a hope that I should not have. And you had to deal with the consequences, which isn't fair. So I'm sorry.
Technically, I lied to you, so...
Technically.
Paint sneezes at that.
Technically, he lied. The best kind of lied.
Problem is that sometimes there's nothing we can do, and people do not accept that as an answer. Sometimes it's better to just not tell people the truth, so that way they don't try anything.
And sometimes he tilts his head to the side, his mask is articulating, just sort of like a sympathetic / empathetic expression. When you don't tell them the truth, they cling to the hope that exists between the lines and do something stupid. Like
Fucked
me.
if you do, fucked if you don't.
I just wish you'd had a little more faith in me.
You're not here for that, I'm sure.
No. But I do have questions, if you're willing to answer.
Willing or able are two different things.
He takes off his helmet just so he can rotate his eyes to roll them that hard, and then puts his helmet back on.
That's some semantics.
What happened to your mask, by the way?
Oh, I know I shouldn't be wearing it with you, but I like the articulation.
I'm pretty sure you just rolled your eyes at me in epic fashion without it. I'm pretty sure I just watched the move in your skull. If you have a skull.
Spooky
I-
ghost skull.
I could have a skull, but I'm leery about taking stone from this bridge. Anyway, just waves his hands in front of his face. That doesn't matter. Whether you're willing or able, I do have questions. Is that okay?
Just ask. You're already here. And primarily I've been left alone. The longer you're here, the more likely it is other people are to figure out I'm here, and I'm going to have to move the bridge in a weird direction.
Ugh. I'll get to the point. About a week ago, subjectively, I was going through the square, and something reached out to me through the mirror.
Excuse me?
All that about confirms one of my fears. Just taking that steadying breath. His tail is flicking and lashing back and forth. He really doesn't want to have the answers to this, but he has to.
Paint leans against Last Lake comfortingly.
I was shown an image of a portion of my people's pantheon. They were asking me to help them. And they were in, I guess it would account as my people's version of heaven? Whatever you would call it. Nirvana, utopia, whatever. Afterlife.
Okay, that's one thing. That's not my concern. My concern is you didn't reach out first?
No.
Nothing can access the mirror outside of this realm. It requires physical touch.
Fret and Paint were both with me. They didn't see anything.
Are you sure that wasn't a hallucination? An implant?
Maybe.
Paint sends along the mental image of him being unconscious on the ground after being hit by something psychically.
Fred, there was something, a stain on the cobble. I remember a sound like breaking glass.
You can't break the world? Alright, he sits up. Okay. So while it's possible a piece of your world may still be floating out there somewhere, it's unlikely. Nobody can force you to look into the world mirror. It doesn't work like that. At all. It's something you'd have to choose to do.
Which I did. After I awakened, the vision knocked me out briefly. I think. Again, subjective time. But Fred tried to urge me to go check the mirror. The mirror showed me...
Back up just a bit. My Discord disconnected.
Oh no.
Yay, Discord.
You were saying Fred urged you to...
Fred urged me to look in the mirror, to focus on my old mask. The one that you threw off the bridge. And so I did. And I saw that same afterlife. At the steps of a temple there was the helmet. He reaches up and traces along the crack in his leftmost lens. This one mirrors it now.
Erabain gives you a look like you're an idiot.
What?
Things don't come back from nothing.
Why do you think I've been gone for almost a week? I've been compartmentalizing all my thoughts and sorting everything so I don't plunge into something in a stupid vain hope.
I'm not saying the place doesn't exist, but don't you think it's ironic?
I don't know that I would call it ironic. Folds his arms, takes a slightly sassy pose.
That your mask would break in the exact same way that you saw in your vision?
It broke after, but it occurred to me, thinking it over, that it might have been... What's the good word for it? Forced? When I think about it, none of it adds up. Why now? Why contact me now when I've been here for over a century and my gods abandoned my people for much longer than that? Well before its end. Part of me still hopes the place is real, that something still exists. But that has to come second to my duties. I made a vow, didn't
I? Great. Fantastically complex.
Aggravating, I would say.
Do I need to get involved?
That depends. Do you want to be involved?
No.
Then you won't be. I needed to apologize, and I needed to be sure. Do you have any suggestions as to what happened?
No.
Clearly, someone or something messed with the mirror. Well, messed with us, making it think that something was messing with the mirror.
I do not have suggestions, no. Though I have a job for paint. But I'll discuss that after you leave. I've been struggling to pay attention to everything in this city for a while now.
Your castle is looking a bit out of sorts.
Paint just sends
Oh,
a
yeah,
mental
it's-
image of it.
Oh yeah, it's super haunted, don't go in there.
I'm not going to bother trying to figure out how that's possible.
Vestiges of memories, bad ones and good.
Not to interrupt,
But what is the state of the
Eric,
moon?
I need you to
Yeah?
reply to
Moon's
DM,
haunted.
please.
Moon's haunted. Sorry, got it.
Alright, carry on.
Erabain says, yeah, just Old memories. I'm letting them run rapid in there. The council pissed me off. I figured if they want to house up somewhere else, they can.
Wait, they pissed you off after I chewed them out?
You shooed them out. I made sure they didn't come back.
Ah.
They're meeting elsewhere. It's fine, I think. Haunted castles are fun as well. Some people are still wandering in there. Thrill seekers. Should have done this years ago.
So does this mean you actually have an address I can visit you at now that isn't here?
Nope.
Hmm,
The
darn.
physical body's out there somewhere doing whatever he's doing. Probably drinking. I miss drinking.
I was going to make a snarky comment about a dinner date in a mansion, but now probably isn't the time.
Considering it actually sounds like that whoever's doing whatever they're doing is actually being very methodical, and I'm actually figuring maybe I should step in. But if you think you got it.
Lass just sort of tilts his chin down as he lifts up his hand to rest against it, contemplating for a second. You getting involved undermines the entire effort of that speech with the council. It makes it seem like the city's defenders can't defend them. And currently, we can't.
About to say.
But that doesn't mean we shouldn't exhaust every resource first. Having you interfere is a last resort. It's not something I want. It robs us of the independence that you have fought so hard to help us preserve. Whoever is doing this wants that. They want Twilight to turn against you.
If they do, they do.
Well, clearly they were trying to get me to help spearhead it. He just sort of shrugs, holding his arms out like, didn't really work, did it?
I gotta tell you, they have excellent execution time, because I'm pretty sure you and Paint were both very pissed off at me, and I think Paint still is.
Paint sneezes.
I'm still kind of upset. I've had practice dealing with feelings like this. Ironic, given how bad my anxiety is. I digress. It's more important to shove those feelings aside and deal with the immediate problem. You're also going to call me stupid again, because I'm about to ask you something stupid.
Uh-huh.
Shifts his stance uncomfortably, he's sort of hugging himself a bit. Is it possible to find that afterlife? Or whatever it is?
I wouldn't worry about that this moment. I'm gonna put somebody else on that.
Thank you. I should mention that clearly somebody has been manipulating the recallers, bottom to top. There were letters that are penned by Captain Untheim and supposedly replied to by yourself. They were meant to corroborate what happened in the square, lead me into believing that you had known for a long, long time that a part of my world existed, that you kept me away from the mirror for my own good, which is admittedly very believable.
Until you consider the fact that at no point in time I physically stopped you from going to the mirror or having intention of doing so.
Not that you would have needed to. Until recently, I've been avoiding the square. It's funny. When you scrutinize it, it all starts falling apart. Like they just sort of cobbled it together with cheap adhesive.
Did you need anything else from me?
No. Thank you
Alright.
for your time.
Paint, stay for a moment, please.
Paint will look worriedly over at Lost, but he will sit.
Lost will gently pet over Paint's head. I'll be on the other side of the bridge. Oh, subjective gravity is weird. And you see him, whoop, tail trailing after him as he goes over the edge to the upper end of the bridge.
Hey, give me 1 minute. I'll be right back, please.
Sure. We should take a break and stand up. Standing break. Yay.
Oh, my knees.
I want to step on you, please. Viv,
Pain, suffering. Oh, my legs. Oh, God. Sorry, I blame you.
Oh no?
It's your fault.
What exactly am I being blamed for?
Something. Ow. But also, I'm blaming you for my legs hurting. I'll give you something to laugh about. You little fucking gremlin. Oh god, my knee really hurts.
Oh no.
All right, I'm ready.
I don't think Garrett's back yet.
I'm right here. I just laid on the floor. I tried to crack my back. It didn't go.
Oh no.
Do you have one of those back crackers?
No, I just have a hardwood floor in here, and that's where I was laying. I should do it in the carpet. It would have hurt less. But either way. So, Paint, it is you and Erabain, yes?
Yeah.
Yes. He will give it a few moments before looking over and be like, all right, so I've got a job for you, as mad as you are at me.
Okay, say that again?
I've got a job for you, even though you're still mad at me.
He tilts an ear, listening. Oh god, that's a spider. Hi. Get off my desk.
You okay?
He's got a case of door spiders.
Oh, it's a big freaking spider that has escaped.
You gonna be okay?
Yeah. Just, you know, anticipate ADOS for a bit if I see it again.
Okay.
Anyways, you were saying?
Erabain will kind of look back towards down or whatever direction he's currently looking that is technically up to you currently and go, all right, so this is going to be weird. But there's a gent I need you to go find in the city, probably at one of the ritzy bars. Probably near the capital. I don't know. Wherever the rich people go around here, I don't pay attention anymore. Golden Horizon or whatever they named it. I need you to find him because he has my physical body's glasses. We lent them to him for him to do whatever crap. Well, training Shoal. For some reason, he wanted them, but we don't ask questions a lot when we're trying to go into hiding. Nevertheless, he's got them, and when you use them, it's going to be very jarring at first, but it'll allow you to see the world a little bit closer to the way I see it, and I need you to keep an eye on Last over there. I can't tell you how you're going to see it, but you'll know what I'm looking for, because I find it strange that he was able to see the world mirror and find a mask. Therefore, there has to be some level of truth in what he was shown, constructed or not. I fear the new canvas.
Oh my god, Whiskers.
Lol.
Oh my goodness.
What was I saying?
See, Paint will know what you're looking for. Oh god.
Glasses.
I can see color now.
See, the funny thing is that Erabain's glasses' main purpose is that way he can see color. Because otherwise he can't. Erabain is canonically blind. He uses magic to see, but it doesn't allow him to see the world the right way, so he has to have glasses that basically force his vision, his magical vision, to work right.
But is it slowly killing you and the plot forgot about that?
Oh god, don't remind me.
I don't know the reference, and I think I'm gonna not touch
You
it.
shall,
Oh,
oh.
jeez. No.
It got fixed the second time she teleport blew up.
You know what? We're gonna say Emmett Selk did us a favor. Boom, problem solved.
Fair enough.
He was a good guy all along.
All right, so moving on from that, having to ignore Whiskers' astute suddenness. God, where did my train of thought is completely derailed. Where was I?
Something about needing to keep an eye on Last, giving paint glasses to see what needs to be seen, and he'll know what it is, even if it can't be described by Erabain at this moment.
Right. I know this sounds like a bunch of bullshit, but just do it and do whatever you need to with the information. It feels too targeted and practiced to be a complete lie. Does that make sense?
Paint looks like he is contemplating. And... oh god, apparently the glasses are gonna make him high. They're acid glasses.
I promise you, the glasses will not put
Glassed.
you in an acid trip. Glassed. All right, I'm going home. Goodbye.
But you are home.
Glasses. Paint now in Technicolor.
Pain on glassed. Well, apparently you can see a rainbow. I don't know if you can taste it yet, but we're getting there, I guess.
Actually, speaking of rainbow, part of why I had to step away was I realized the sky was really pretty tonight.
Oh, ADHD, got it.
Yes. I'm bringing it up on my stream. I posted it in media sharing in my Discord. I'll post it in the, I guess side room?
Yeah, sure, that's where I've been posting memes and stuff lately.
Well, that is pretty. Sure, I'll pull it up. Erabain does warn you, however, that if the lines that you end up seeing go between what is real and what is not, the realm that was seen by Lost may indeed be in danger. But the thing that plagues Vari's existence is also there.
Oh,
Okay,
reflects existence.
He sends along
I was about to...
He sends along the mental image of Fret, Doggo Fret, barking, followed by question.
Erabain says that, except Fred is unable to bark anymore because of it.
Paint sneezes.
So that is a story for him to tell, not me.
Paint sneezes. And runs off to go find the glasses.
Not even stopping to tell Last or Lost anything, is just going to run off, huh?
Well, now he's got a mission to help his friends, his pack. So yes, he's got to go deal with it, ASAP.
Oh,
Do you even go to the other
so
side
last,
of the bridge?
last
just
year's
darts
bloop, 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 bloop.
He just darts to the end of the bridge without missing a beat, goes around the edge, then back up onto the top side of it. No, not even phased a bit, and just right past last. He's following his nose because, well, the glasses belong to Era, therefore he knows Era's scent, so he can follow that.
There you go, last. Your dog has run off, apparently.
I mean, he heard that Erabain had a job for him, but Lost is also going to start running after him. He's not going to, like, run across the side and underside of the bridge repeatedly, because screw that subjective gravity nonsense.
Pete only did it once. He went to the end, up and around, and then back towards the town.
It's funny because I'm pretty sure Last and Lost cannot keep up with Paint.
He can't. He's too slow.
Hilarious.
Bye, Paint.
Yeah, just gets to the end of the bridge. Paint is already, like, sprinted well ahead by a city block. Just shrugs, lets his arms fall to his side, and go, oh, okay, I guess I'll see you at home. I miss my bed now.
Yes, Paint will see Last.
In Technicolor.
Technicolor.
So we'll get back to Paint. The question is, Last Lost going to go on this next jaunt alone, or is he going to start gathering people for the madness ahead?
Well...
Or does he want a breather and go home, or to his bakery?
Gosh, he wants to go home. He wants to go to his bakery, but you know where he's gonna go?
Where?
He's gonna go to the barracks. He's gonna report in, because he's been gone for a week.
You walk in and... Hey, look. Actual barracks. People doing paperwork and stuff. Ooh.
Suddenly feeling incredibly self-conscious that he is behind on work.
But who's in charge there?
His captain.
What is his captain?
Sergeant, what's her name?
No, not who. What? I'm sure there's some
Who's on
kind
first?
of furry race, right?
No, there were an elephant thing.
Oh, what's on
Yeah,
second?
she's like,
okay.
yeah, she's like an elf or half elf.
Okay, I was hoping that there would be a bear in charge of the barracks.
No, a barrack.
Quit that. You quit that.
That one actually made me laugh. I like that one.
You stop that right there. That's
No, do it
illegal.
more.
Do I have to lay on the floor again?
Yes.
No.
Okay, so you first go to the barracks. I'm assuming you're going to report to your boss.
Yeah. He's gonna do the sheepish thing of, like, knocking lightly on her door.
She'll motion you in.
Sergeant.
How's the mission?
Just looks from side to side, questioningly. Mission?
You didn't go on a Recolors mission?
Oh, his moral compass. Oh no. He has to be honest with her. No. Unfortunately not.
She gives you a blank stare for a moment that quickly turns into pure rage. Her face turns red as she stands up and she picks up a pile of paperwork and throws it at you and goes, "Where the fuck have you been? There's been 3 kidnappings in public."
I just imagine there's the whump as all the paperwork hits him and he recoils a bit, just looking down at the pile of paperwork, now at his feet, and then back up at her. Kidnappings.
Have you been under a rock? Please tell me you're on a mission. Just lie to me, look me straight in the eyes. She walks up to you and grabs you and makes you look her in the eye and say you are on a recallers mission. Not just gallivanting around the forest or something silly like that.
Haha, it's funny because he was in the forest.
I wouldn't call a state of near catatonia gallivanting.
Hospitals are for
Therapy. I was undergoing therapy. Does that help?
would have been nice. Yes, we've had 3 kidnappings. They're all public, all 3 of them. Person was grabbed from whatever they were doing in a public setting and dragged off by men wearing masks and trench coats and drill bees. And they haven't been found yet.
Do we have descriptions? Are they blank masks? Do they have details? Is there symbology?
Oh, honey, you got some bloody paperwork to read. She motions at her desk. I love that I hate this paperwork. I hate that it's on my desk.
Oh, it didn't even take you a month.
She grabs your head and makes you look at the piles of paperwork on her desk and says, I didn't expect this.
Yeah, but you asked for it.
We could have really used the help.
The guilt is already crushing me, if that's any consolation.
I want to crush you.
Lewd.
But if you do that, Sergeant, I can't help you.
Yes,
Also,
you can. You're made out of smoke.
I was about to say, it's not terribly feasible.
Dents can be dinged out of armor. Yes, there's all sorts of information. Parse it out later.
Do you have an assignment for me that requires immediate attention, or can I look at this information?
I don't know.
Okay. Sergeant, gonna grab her by the shoulders and just gently try to walk her back behind her desk. Does she resist?
Nope.
Sits her down. I hate to pile on, but I failed to make whatever that mascarpone bagel nut thing was the other day. I will try again.
The what?
The donut bagel thing that had the cream stuff inside.
That is the least of my concerns. We got 3 missing people's cases.
As Last Brain briefly short circuits because he was trying to be nice. And also that was the wrong way to be nice.
Here, she'll open up one of her drawers and hand you a book-sized or folder of paperwork. There's the notes we have.
Thank you.
Next time you have a mental breakdown, make sure to get a doctor's note and inform us and help out. So that way we don't think you're in a mission and don't bother checking for you because we thought you were just doing that. And now I have to file a paperwork saying that I didn't realize you were missing.
To be fair, you could have just asked Captain Tooth.
Who?
My recallers captain, Tooth, from the Dwarves.
Oh,
You know, the one that runs the bar that used to have the bar fights.
there's a lot of them in the dwarves.
The dwarves?
I will put you in contact later.
Thank you.
Has the council sent my 1,000 seal stipend yet?
They probably sent it to your home. They wouldn't filter it through here.
You never know, considering the bureaucracy. And he leaves the office with that big-ass folder. He's got reading to do.
GM tries to push the story forward. Players find a way to stall it.
I'm sorry!
I'm just waiting.
I know.
The freaking bakery. Ah.
I know you are. That makes it funnier. And
Actually, hang on, I've got a way to solve this. Pops head back in. Do I need to read this here?
no.
Okay, good. This many people is currently overwhelming me. Bye. He says, creating a lie to just not be in the office right now, where her seething is going to cause him to be more anxious than usual.
As the door shuts, that's the lie you click. Can manage.
Why did I lie to her? That was stupid. Why did I lie to her? Of all the times I could have lied to her, I could have lied to make her feel better and say I was on a mission, but I didn't. And that's what I lied to her. He's just repeatedly talking to himself as he leaves at a very brisk pace. He's going to the bakery. The bakery will be quiet.
I had it solved. It was just going to involve something else, but this is fine as well. And it's funny.
Why did I lie to the sergeant? I didn't have to lie to the sergeant. I could have just said that I don't have my uniform.
All right. We're going to do it this way instead of the something explodes way. I'm okay with this. Hey, Fred.
Hey.
Hey,
Are
look
you
at
sure
that.
Fred's the person you want to address after you say this is we're going to do this not the something explodes way?
Yes. Because the other way involved you.
Sure.
So, Fred, hey, look, it's Last Lost, walking down the road talking to themselves. -1 paint.
Fred pulls out his sitar
Could have said it.
and plays the song of prestidigitation.
Why?
Because Fred is then, because prestidigitation has a 1 minute duration, even after it's finished casting, Fred will begin furiously running on his chalkboard and writing in the air with prestidigitation a bajillion questions and freaking out, and it is very clear that Fred is very upset.
I also have an important question. I have to ask this real quick. At the Magical College Paint is going to, are they learning math there?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. So the college does in fact have paint by numbers.
Smack.
I love the pain you're causing, Furry.
Right.
But yeah, so where have you been? What are you doing? Why? Just like a bajillion different questions, like even floating in the air in like vibrant colors.
Is each letter a different color, or is each question a different color?
Each
Yes.
question.
Okay.
Yes. Why couldn't I have just been gone for 3 days? Maybe 2 days, maybe less. Why did it take... Stops as suddenly bombarded by color and word. Just leans back as he hugs this folder to his chest that's thick as a thick book.
And then Fred will kind of just shoulder his chalkboard and like go up and hug Lost.
It takes a minute, then he blinks and realizes he's being hugged and looks down at Fred. Are you okay? What was all that?
Fred, with the last few seconds of prestidigitation, will write out in the air, "I was worried about you." And then it crumbles.
There's a good long moment where Lost is processing this because he's trying to process everything right now and it's not going the greatest.
No therapy, doggo. I can cause all the anxiety.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of things going on in his head right now. He feels like an idiot, and the guilt is piling up, and it's not helping. It's really not helping.
Yeah, Fred will remove himself from hug and then just take a long breath and then write out on his chalkboard, "I thought you had been kidnapped or something."
Technically, he was.
It's true.
Yeah, technically he was.
To be fair, while I would love for him to make that joke, that is not the first thing on his mind. Sad.
I mean, you did just get done talking with the barracks about how there were kidnapping, so it could feasibly be on your mind.
True. But him joking about it is not, because the guilt piled up on his walkover. And that's what's been going through his mind, and he's been trying to talk himself through it for the past however many minutes it's taken. I was recently informed of that. Just sort of drums his fingers on the folder that he currently has with him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being absent. I know that
Fred nods.
I'm supposed to be the team leader. Paint was helping me sort through a few things. And I'm back at a point where it's like nothing has been sorted through at all. So let's go in the bakery and fix this kidnapping problem so I can start being distracted from everything again.
Fred, in italics, writes, "I'm sorry."
It is not your fault, Fred. And he is going to use his big smoky tail to hug Fred to the best of his ability, and then start dragging him into the bakery. Because the bakery is a safe place.
Fred will scribble out on his chalkboard, "Anyway, so now that you're back in town, when you feel like it, want to go maybe find one of the instances of Erabain, because I kind of was wanting to talk with one of them."
Takes a very deep breath. Very firmly places that folder of paperwork on the counter. Locks his helmet's jaw shut. And begins muffled screaming. Sorry for volume.
Fret looks so
It's fine.
confused. Fret looks so confused and concerned.
I'm fine. Just the jaw clicks from unlocking. Nope, I just
I
got
don't know
back.
why Fret's so confused when a paladin or a cleric is asked about their god and then just expresses immense amounts of fucking hell.
Long story short, I just got back from talking to Erabain at the Bridge to Nothing, and I apologized to him, and I informed him of the things that went on in the square. Let's just say that it is very likely we are being manipulated on multiple levels, and if we scrutinize certain things particularly hard, it falls apart like cheap adhesives and macaroni art. He knows
Fret
about macaroni art.
blinks, confused, and gestures to his sword.
I don't know how that's relevant.
Fret scribbles out, the mirror doing the weird things with, that guy that I scried.
I'm not sure what you mean. He
I
squints.
scry on this little guy.
Ataya, that should be quiet. Stairs.
Okay, that one was funny. That one could stay in the recording. Editor, don't remove that one. Remove all the others. Say like I have an editor.
You wish.
Editor at a green screen car crash.
You're
Editor
not
play the
paying
metal
them.
pipe falling sound effect.
Kaya, go to the corner. I
God
must
damn
be
it!
paying
Not
the
the
editor
metal
this
pipe
week.
effect. I can literally hear that echoing in my brain.
But yeah, Fret scribbles out, yeah, the blacksmith that made this weapon. He seemed like he kind of wanted to kill me through the mirror.
That sounds concerning. Maybe. I don't think the mirror can lie. Not entirely. It's possible that someone could manipulate our perception or do something to make us see more or less. So maybe. But I don't know how him staring you to death through the world mirror does anything.
Fret will scribble out, oh no, he rescribed me.
Gives Fred a very concerned look because, to his knowledge, that's not how the world mirror works. That's not supposed to let you communicate. I meant more so the falling unconscious and visions and seeing chunks of my homeland still existing. Haunted look for all of 5 seconds. Anyway,
Fret nods, though.
As he briefly
Having-
blue screens.
Yeah, Fret somewhat understands what's going on now, potentially, maybe.
Some of
But
it
is
was Sean
confused
doing.
because... Yeah.
Right. I'm still scrambled after everything, and I'm not back to full capacity. Does that make sense?
Fret nods.
As he starts fidgeting with his own fingers to keep himself focused.
But Fret scribbles out, anyways, I kind of want to go give Erabain a gift.
I don't know where his body is. His soul is still at the bridge. We should probably avoid going there too often or he'll have to move it.
Fred nods.
The main issue right now, as he starts to finally collect himself bit by bit, going back to the folder, he brings it over to a table so he can sit with Fred, and cracks the folder open, is the kidnappings. He pauses. Do you know if Volt and Shoal are okay?
Fred has kind of a distant look. And then, scribbles out, Shoal's probably okay.
Are you sure about that?
Glass thinks about this for a second, and then just nods like, yeah, no, that tracks. Shoal is probably fine.
Heh.
We probably wouldn't hear the end of it from that squawking bird if Volt suddenly went missing, so he's probably okay.
Somewhere out there, a bird
Fred has a
sneezes offendedly.
Fred has a displeased look and gives a sigh and writes out, I still need to make a book to give to them.
In free time, maybe. Not
Fred
free
nods.
time anymore. Now is work time, because I've been gone for a week, and I would rather not feel crushing guilt over being away and not doing my job and keeping the city safe and failing my oath and stopping now.
Fred, scribbles out, would you like some help with the investigation?
Yes. Please. After spending 6 days in the forest, I could use help getting back to doing what I do.
Fred peers at the paperwork and then scribbles out, do you want to do it or do you want me to do it?
I should do it. I'm the team leader, after all. But this is supposed to contain all the notes they have on the kidnappings. It's just going to be a lot to go through. And I could use the team.
Brett nods. And scribbles out, okay, well, I might have learned a spell that might help and might make things really fast.
The mask quirks one eyebrow.
Fret pulls out his sitar. Fret begins casting the song of Bestow Insight. And then once that's done and cast on Last Lost with you're not great at diplomacy, right?
I finally put a rank into it.
It took you long enough.
I take that as a no.
I
Perception it is.
I have a total of 5.
What about perception?
0.
If only you had me there.
Diplomacy it is.
I am the worst paladin face ever.
Okay, okay. So, bestowing that is going to give you a little bit of a bonus to that, though. Okay, when you cast the spell, choose a single skill that you have at least one rank in. Target gains +2 insight bonus on skill checks with the skill considered, well, yeah, +2 and considered trained. But this is the first of 2 spells that are about to be cast. The second one is Ears of the City. Okay, so Fret plays the Song of Ears of the City, and then touches Lost. And the target of this spell sees and hears a stream of past scenes and pieces of conversations related to local people and events. The flashes are so brief that it is impossible to identify individual people or places. But when the target concentrates on a particular topic or individual, they can piece together a coherent narrative told in a multitude of changing voices in their mind. Each round of the duration of the spell, the target can attempt a diplomacy check to gather information as though they had spent 1d4 hours talking to local people. Since the information gathering doesn't involve actual interaction with people, only observation, the target can use perception instead of diplomacy. While thus concentrating, the target is effectively blind and deaf.
Oh, you get set in an acid trip. Got it.
Uh-huh.
Oh, this is the worst thing you could have done to him. Okay, just to be clear, he's had drugs before. But, like, this is the worst kind of trip you could have sent this anxiety-riddled creature on.
Uh-huh.
I love it. You're wonderful.
So, +2 to your diplomacy, and then, yeah, it's, 3 rounds.
First round is a nat 1.
Wow!
Okay.
Okay, now it's the dice here, like, no story progress. That's totally 10.
You remember the days of doing drugs a little too well, maybe.
Yeah, except that was different to this. He never went on trips where he had to deal with, like, a ton of people talking to him. He always isolated himself.
See, that's the problem. People are talking now.
Okay, time to use the cannon.
Bad trip.
People are using their mouth words.
Oh my god.
What even?
That's an 11. I'm so sorry. It's the best idea, but the worst person to use it on.
What was your total?
The third roll was an 11.
I'm so sorry.
No, you're not.
The dice said no.
So no. You see, you get this. You get sent on this trip, right? So you're standing there and you're not expecting this, and nobody explained anything, and then suddenly you're standing in a room where there's questioning going on, and you freeze for a moment. Your eyes go all wide, and you stand there and you don't know what to say. Then it suddenly changes to location number 2, and you're standing there, and people are moving around, and there's an investigation, but you weren't there for it. But you are here for it. What's going on? And then you're in the third place, and you finally muster up a question. What's going on here? And Jim just walks by and offers you a donut and goes, "Oh, yeah, somebody else got kidnapped." And then you're back in your head.
Geeman did play the overly descriptive card, so I think you need to give more.
Oh no.
I don't make money off these cards.
You're the one that volunteered that they could play that.
Fuck! Why did I do that?
Because it's fun.
For us.
Okay, so my next thing is Fred's gonna be just exasperated and realize that this is not working like it should, and is gonna cast it on himself.
Give me your 3 rolls.
Okay.
Fret casting the spell on himself. And meanwhile, poor Lost is slumping in his chair, holding his head.
A 1 to begin with.
Jesus. Like, what the heck just happened?
Okay, okay, that one's better because that is going to be a 25.
Got it.
And then that's 18.
Okay. So the first interaction you're going to run into is you're going to end up in the Starlight Observatory. It looks like you're not necessarily in one of the observatories itself, but probably somebody's house. As you're standing there in the room full of officers walking around and you kind of freeze up, the only detail that you're able to pick up is that that tea was made completely incorrectly. What an affront. How dare they? How dare they use cheap tea at a tea party in that tea set and just hang the bags out the side of this very fancy looking teapot? How dare they? They might as well just microwave the water.
They probably did.
And that summoned the Mala.
Is
It is
Mala
the sec-
British?
Yes, he is.
Yes.
He got mad at iced tea earlier.
Okay, iced
Apparently,
tea is an entirely different thing from tea.
He is. I once microwaved a cup of water just to put a tea bag in it just to upset him. So, even though I hate it.
How dare.
Iced tea is great, though.
Yes, it is, and he is wrong about that. But since I have to be overly descriptive, unless I get to be overly descriptive about how much I like iced tea.
I don't even like iced tea or regular tea, but I know that the two of them are entirely separate entities. Entities!
Good night.
Go to your corner.
Yes, go to your corner. You're done. All right. The second one happens at the Twilight Heights residential area. It's fairly nice here, except for the home that you're in. It seems you're in some sort of servant's quarter. Your diplomacy reveals that this person just acts as a servant around the city and is completely fine with this lifestyle. The particular hirer of this particular servant was talking with him one day about how to handle a particular situation at the house, and some men burst in. Trench coats, triblies, ski masks, no visible features on their face, just blast masks, and apparently grabbed him and dropped some sort of device that exploded, causing a smoke haze, and they were just gone.
Ninjas.
Pirates. No, we're not doing that again. From what you can discern, the man that was technically the one that hired this particular servant did not have any ideas of this man's outside curricular activities at all. He just worked at the house for the most part. He had a couple of other clients. Those lead nowhere. He didn't really seem to do much else. He was just a guy living his life as far as these questions go. The only odd thing the man had was a particularly weird, he liked collecting strange objects from time to time. And we're not talking like, like little cards or little figurines. We're talking he liked to collect specifically strange objects. Things that were just misshapen or weird. He's the guy that would collect the Jesus chip kind of person.
Oh no.
The
Okay.
taking of the man was particularly surprising, but not necessarily violent. Whatever they did, they seemed to have knocked him out cold in the process and dragged him off. And the third one does actually happen in the wharfs. Particularly, it looks like this person was literally grabbed off the street. It seems that he was walking along the side of the road, or in this particular case, she, and men came out, dropped some sort of smoke bomb-like device, and dragged her off, and she apparently screamed at first. She did work at one of the local bars around the area as a local quote-unquote wench. But elsewise, they haven't found out too much more about her other than she just worked and lived somewhat of as normal of a life as you can here in Twilight. She had a couple of friends, she had plans later, so they're not sure on this one at all. But it was very public. Unfortunately, you're not going to be able to glean more with the roll that you gave me, basically.
That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so first off, 3 locations again. One was Wharves. What's the
One
okay,
was the
other was Twilight.
Twilight Heights, yes.
And did I get the location of the first one, or was that
Probably not. There was
I
an affront to
goofed?
tea happening.
Okay. So that one, Lost will have to read the actual thing instead of cheating and doing it fast.
Yes.
So yeah. Is there any further details about the explosive?
No, they seem to be smoke bombs. But they're not the magical cheap kind that you're used to. They were weird. They had canisters. You're going to have to read more about that. That's out of your purview. Your world did not have this level of technology.
Ah, I see.
Hint, hint,
Well,
hint.
Fret is after processing all that. We'll sit down across from Lost and scribble out on his chalkboard. Sorry about that not going as well as I thought it would.
What was that? As he tries to put on a very polite smile, moving his hand away from his face. Like behind the lenses of his mask, his eyes look like they're sort of like staticking periodically.
Fret will write out in fancy cursive script, "Heirs of the City."
That's good to know. Please
First,
warn
you
me
subject
next
him to
time.
Urian J dialogue and then Urian J writing.
I hate that makes sense. Nothing involving that man should make sense.
Sorry, on J, everything makes sense.
I
Please.
love how he dealt with the fairies.
Yep.
I love that their idea of fucking with him was making him tea.
Anyways, continue.
Please warn me next time.
Fret nods.
Gods, is that what it would have been like if I didn't isolate myself? Just half muttering as he begins to flip through the folder, the very thick folder of many things.
Brett shrugs. And then pulls a bottle out of his pack and puts it down on the table.
What is it a bottle of?
It is a bottle with a certain horrific bug thing in it.
He sets on a mason jar that seems to have what looks like a grub in it.
Uh-huh.
For the second time so far, he stops flipping through the folder. And now
Welcome
he
to
lifts
Vari
his
fucking
head.
with everything hour.
He lifts his head slowly to look at this horrific demon bug. The pupils of his eyes dilate slowly. And he looks over at Fret.
Yep, it's at that time where we should do the "Are we going to continue late?"
I'm good with it.
I have no objections.
I have work.
No. Oh
Yeah, I
yeah.
was say I'm pretty sure Key has work to do. So
I'm sorry.
Well, we
I'm
can
sorry
go.
for slowing everything down.
that's fine.
Oh.
It's fine. I'm so amused at the moment. It's fine.
Every time this grub is brought up, the only thing that's coming to mind is Greed from Full Metal Alchemist.
Gosh, I'm not going to be able to unsee that now.
Oh!
Fred, what is this?
Well, Fret will.
A problem.
Fret scribbles out. A gift for Erabain.
We're going to have to find which bar the body's at.
Fret will add, this is the demon that is the reason that, the world where, our, princely friend was, at was the way it was.
There's a deep-seated temptation to reach into that jar and consume the grub.
Hey, there's a
Betsy's-
demon here in the city. Nobody's
Fred
felt the
just
fact
kinda-
there's a demon here yet.
Fret just kind of pushes the jar towards, Lost.
Lost is going to stand. He's going to loom over this thing.
Now I have to wonder if demons turned into grubs for Erabain are like, gummy worms.
I know just the place for you. He's going to take off his breastplate, take the jar, and place the jar inside.
Roll a will save.
Oh,
That would be a total of 7. I
The
believe.
answer to that is no, you don't.
I don't.
If you're trying to put the jar where I think you're trying to put him,
So you're saying I don't eat the jar?
honey, this demon would eat you.
Damn. Grumpy paladin noises.
oh.
Anyways, the jar is non-detected, but also heavily sealed. You try to put it in you, and you realize, no, you don't want to. Very quickly.
Vapor makes contact. Crackly, sizzly noises. Don't want that. Sets jar back down. Puts breastplate back on. Squints at this stupid little grub.
Yeah, you can totally try and put, something way more powerful than yourself and you and see how it works out.
Paint can't leave last alone for not even 5 minutes.
Paladin must paladin. This is the one time he tries to do the paladin stupid thing.
And he does it against a demon that was strong enough to fuck with a devil prince?
Not even 5 minutes.
This thing should not be here.
No, it shouldn't. But Varien let it be in here.
Making stupid decisions in the name of law and justice, you better bet that's a paladin.
So, Fred will take the jar back if he is allowed to take it back.
He's allowed. The last is going to be staring at that jar for every second that it is visible. He is making an unsettling rumbling noise inside his suit.
So, Fred will scribble out. Anyways, that's what I want to give Erabain.
We need to find a way to find the body.
Meanwhile, Paint. I think we should let it cliffhanger here. What do y'all think? Good to know I'm still going to have to do an explosion.
I'm sorry.
No,
No
it's
explosion.
perfectly fine. Dr. Volt will get to deal with that one. But for now, I think maybe we should end and do the cliffhanger things. That way a certain key can go to bed.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So next week we're doing the short shot again, right?
Yes, assuming everyone is
Well,
available. I hope
I
everyone's
am.
available.
I should be. But in the meantime...
Oh, before we end, there's an important thing that needs to be mentioned. Taigo is doing randomizer things. They started.
Yes, the
yesterday,
randomizer has
so-
officially begun.
Ooh.
Yes.
101 games all randomized into one massive clusterfuck. We went and found the flippers for A Link to the Past in
Stardew Valley.
Celeste 64? Stardew?
I thought it was Stardew. I think it was Stardew.
Might have been Stardew.
Are you doing that tonight?
Maybe. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. But I will be doing it tomorrow.
So if you guys want to see a ridiculous amount of work that he put into it,
I've been working on this for like a year.
Diago has been. Long story short, if you guys know what a randomizer is, and you guys know what a randomizer with several games is, it's a thing.
Or if you don't know what a randomizer with several games is and are interested to find out what the fuck that means.
In the meantime, I'm gonna go ahead and send you all on a path to another place on my side. So thank you so much for watching. Appreciate y'all. Drink plenty of water. Take care of yourselves. Like, follow, subscribe. Blah 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 blah. Y'all have a wonderful night and goodbye. Well, nobody else wants to say goodbye. Bye.
Bye, nerds.
Bye to Eris people. I'm going to say bye to my people in more private.
Yeah, I was about to do my closer as well.
Yep, you're free to. I'm out.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us today for Recallers of the Lost Pathfinder. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Patreon, and more. They're on the website as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, tippers, and subscribers. It is your support that keeps this channel alive and going. I cannot do this without your guys' help and support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It is one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by sharing the stream around, as well as coming by, hanging out, grabbing packs of cards to stream loots, or by going and checking out my friends who also stream, such as Oneko Tiago, and I probably butchered that pronunciation again, and drunk_dragon_era. But for now, thank you all so much for joining, and I bid you all the most fondest adieu.